I love how I recently updated the stream settings, so once again we're at a good old 1080p 60 frames a second for all of you enjoyers of high internet speeds like myself. And I've had to up the bit rate to help support, the fact that I'm going to be, rendering at a higher and faster bit rate. And I'm looking at my stream health and it's like, yeah, it's over 6,000 kilobits a second. It's unstable right now. Good to know. Good to know that I am performing far higher than you would have expected me to otherwise. Hi there, Benru. Welcome to the stream. Are all my redeems working is the question. Okay, it does look like the redeems are working. I think they are. Video request. Excuse me. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, live, no delays. It's like the inspector I'm using tells me that I'm stable and that I've been stable for the last 5 minutes. So we're doing good there. Hey there, Air Masonic, I'm doing alright. Happy Monday to everyone. Holy shit, I did not get a good night's rest. Or at least I don't think I did anyway. Hang on a sec, let me get my phone out. Alright, ding, whip this bad boy out. Alrighty. Yep, order has been shipped, thank you. Where's the health app? Health, alright. Oh my goodness, Apple Health adds in a mental questionnaire. I don't know if I want to actually go through that. Alrighty, so today / yesterday, so the time I was in bed was like 10.5 hours. I was asleep for 8.5 hours. So for about 2 hours, I was awake. I didn't really get a lot of, core or deep sleep. I did get a lot of core sleep. I got a little bit of REM. Apparently my heart rate went as low down as 46 beats per minute. I don't know how I accomplished that. I think that's a mistake. There is no way my heart rate was able to go that low. I'm not that fit. But yeah, like, there was like a good 59-minute stint I was awake, and then again at, and then I was awake for what looked to be 2 minutes. Another 2-minute awake time. 1 minute awake, 2 minutes awake. And then 12 minutes awake one point. There was a lot of times I was waking up, and the reason I was waking up is either because of my inner, like, I can't get comfortable in my bed, which is like a little disheartening because of like my inner thigh. And I don't think it, like, this bed's new as well. Like, I got this bed at the beginning of the year. It should not be a fuck. It should not be a problem. Grant was so deep asleep he almost died. Apparently so, but now my body is having a vengeance on me. It's having a vengeance on me for whatever reason, because, like, I woke, like, when I finally had to, like, get out of, when it finally got to, like, 9 o'clock, or, no, not 9 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock, my lower back was in so much pain. And it's what, like, because the thing is, I have to use my lower back to, like, sit up from my bed, and it was just a case of, like, nope. So my back was, like, basically, like, trying to do that was not possible. So I was just basically going, and then rotate, and then just, like, yeah. There's always something wrong with me, and I have, like, I don't want to have to go to a doctor for it. I don't want to have to go to a GP. Thank you, Masonic, for being here first. I don't know why the horn didn't go off. Where is the horn? 47% himbo. Amazing. And it took like 9 minutes before someone caught on to it. So wait. Ding, 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 ding. It does an announcement. And then it plays the trumpet. Why is that not working? Hang on a second. Sound settings. Oh, I think I know why it's not working. Hang on a second, volume mixer. Yep, that's all going to the default thingy-madiggies. That's going to the default, that's going to the default. Ah, okay, hang on a sec. Alright. Now if I test it. Alright, I was able to hear it that time, that's good. Why you gotta look at my cake like this? Alrighty, and then, yep, that's going into that source there. For whatever reason, I cannot have StreamerBot have a volume higher than 1 in my thingy-majiggy. Also, exclamation point boop is not a command. I don't know why you keep thinking it's a command. I'm pretty sure it is not a command. If I look at my list of commands that are available on my stream, let's have a look. We got all like different auto responses. We've got our responses to knife, charity. All of those are disabled. We've got the defunct squats. We've got cute. We got Discord. We got donation. We got the follow age. We got the persona, the himbo, the hug, the lurk, the PC, the ref sheet, the socials, the throne, the TikTok. We got all kinds of different moderation apps, but no boops in the moderation app, I'm sorry to say. They're all not there. Sorry, chat. And then we've got, like, different kinds of sounds. But yeah, hi Xerix, welcome to the stream. Alright, but yeah, back sore. The horn did go? Oh, okay. I guess the like when I was changing the sound thingy-majiggies, it was just a case of I couldn't hear the horn, but at least went through chat, so that's good. But yeah, I have to figure out my back. Like, I gotta figure out how to, like, keep it from being, like, sore or some shit. Because if I don't, I'm gonna have a lot of problems coming up. There's gonna be a lot of problems. Lots and lots and lots of problems. Actually, maybe I should Google that. Did I check the benchmark yet? Yes, I did. I have checked the benchmark. Give me 1 second. So, for those of you that are not aware, Final Fantasy XIV's Dawn Trail, they've released the benchmark, and the reason for the benchmark is so then that way you can customize your characters and what have you. I did not do that at all. I just wanted to see whether my PC could handle it. Look at that. Look at that. It is extremely high. I have accomplished that. Granted, that was not going to be a hard thing, considering, like, as you can see there, the PC build is a fucking atrocious, like, overkill. 5950X, 3090. Like, I'm not gonna have to upgrade this GPU for, like, another 2 years, I feel like. The only thing that is worth an upgrade is a CPU, but even then, that's a bit of a hard ask to do, because you're talking about 32 cores. Extremely high. Snoop Dogg when he was at the Battlefield event. Hi, Ripper. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I hope you're doing alright. So yeah, we're only a few days away from Furdu. We're gonna meet up. It's gonna be amazing. Get shouted out.
Gym leader challenge, they're either level 50 or your highest level.
That doesn't look like Pokemon Yellow. That looks like Pokemon Stadium.
So, but apparently one strategy is... Oh, yeah, one of them's poison. Oh. Yeah, whatever, drill peck.
Wait, Beedrill knows Hyper Beam?
Excuse me? What?
How does Beedrill know Hyper Beam?
What?
Oh, Face is dead.
What? Why the fuck does Beedrill know Hyper Beam? What? Excuse me?
Crazy. I realize now. In Stadium, the move pools are crazy. Noted, Xerix. Noted at this point in time. Alright. Close that tab. Ding, 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 ding. Ba-ba-ba-boom. Ding, 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 dong. And then just quick alert. But yeah, hi. Good morning, Ingril. Welcome. So yeah, the Raichu that knows Surf really did me in. Okay, that one's bullshit. Why? Raichu should not know Surf, right? Raichu is an electric type. Surf is a water type move. That is bullshit. It does have one animation you can't stop laughing at. Noted. Weapons! Ah, damn it, I arrived in when there's only fists available, darn it. Aloha in Raichu surfs on his tail? Wait, what? That sounds like a lie. That sounds like a downright lie. I do not believe you one bitty. I do not believe you one bitty. At all. Okay, minimize that. Close this. Move this over here. I'm just gonna get the game that I was intending to play today up and running, okay? Give me a second. We're doing God's work. We're gonna get me playing video games on a Monday instead of, you know, making myself healthier or some shit. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with a sore back from sleeping, of all things? Like, the sore back wasn't done because of exercise. The sore back was because I fell asleep, and I didn't have a really good position to sleep in because of a sore leg. The leg is almost fine. I just need to, like, you know, not have the muscle atrophy or some shit. I don't know. I just have to deal with, you know, god-awful situations. It's bullshit. I feel absolutely cheated in my body. I only turned 30, like, 6 months ago, and already my body is in, like, way more, like, problems and pain than it was, like, a year ago. It's absolute bullshit. I hate this. Gen 1 was just wild. Noted. Gen 1 be wilding. Next, you're not gonna believe Dodo flies but rapidly kicks in the air. That sounds like some Mashal nonsense there. At least it's not a leg cramp that wakes you up out of a deep sleep. Oh my goodness. Oh, I would love for one of those. Ayo, no work today? Hi, Kusaki. My office experiments with 4-day work weeks every second week. Although, like, you know, here comes the fucking nonsense of it, Kusaki. It doesn't observe the day off for the weeks that feature a public holiday. So, like, when Easter was going off, they're like, oh, your 4-day work week goes off because of, you know, this public holiday. And I'm like, but we would have gotten that public holiday anyway, and it's being observed on a Friday, but our day off, normally it goes off on a Monday. And they're like, yeah, well, this is what we've taken in. And I'm just sort of like, great. So why don't they just make every Monday a day off at this point? They're like, oh no, that would be a question of productivity, and we do not have the answers for that, and you should just be thankful for the 4-day work week that comes off like once every 2 weeks or something like that. And it's just sort of like this is personal opinion. I feel like that's a bit of a cop-out answer of, oh, productivity has to be like measured to figure it out. We are a 24/7 online company. There is no downtime with our application. Man, what the hell? So, hi there, furry killers. Welcome to the stream. I was online for like a good 9 minutes before someone decided to click on that little thingy-majiggy. And I did mention in the Discord like a little ahead of time, and there's been all kinds of notifications. But yeah, let me get a shout out over for Kusaki. I'ma be real, it's meaningless because everyone here should know who Kusaki is.
I don't care what gender you are.
Why do you do this to me?
Put on the maid outfit.
Why do you do this to me? Why do you force me into these things? But yeah, get shouted out, Kusaki. Get shouted out, partner. Shouted out, Twitch partner. There we go. Alrighty. We are going through more Final Fantasy XIV because, you know, we didn't really do a lot of it back on Whatsamahoozy Day, back on Saturday, which was actually MMO night, because I wanted to play video games with a friend of mine over in the States, and they were doing it. God damn it, Meeps! can't remember if you're doing Furdo again this year. I am. I am absolutely doing Please ignore the fact that you can see my undies. I absolutely am going through Furdo. That is why I am going to be on break this week. There's not good. Besides today, there isn't a stream on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and most likely next Monday, because I'm gonna be going to Furdo. I like leave for the Gold Coast like this Thursday and what have you, and I'm using tomorrow and Wednesday, quite frankly, to try and improve my body, so that, you know, granted, I'm overweight as fuck. By the by, check out my throne. There's a set of scales that can help tell me how much I weigh. So I'm gonna use, like, we're gonna see how long we go on with Monday today here. Maybe we'll get done before the afternoon because I grow tired and my leg is just sort of like, come on, Grant. You want to go for a walk? You want to clip-clop around the neighborhood? You want to go to the park? There's a dog park nearby. Just clip-clop in the dog park. But yeah, so we're gonna see how long we go with that, and then Tuesday I go to work, and then in the evening I'm probably gonna do even more walking, and then Wednesday go to work again and do even more walking, because when you go to a furry convention, or any convention for that matter, be prepared to walk. You're not gonna, you can't cheat out of walking, okay? Well, technically you can if you had a wheelchair, but you know, I'm not, you know, condoning you, like, if you don't need the wheelchair to take a wheelchair, because you might be taking it from someone else who needs the wheelchair. Point is, there's going to be a lot of walking when you go to a convention, alright? And I'm going to be taking part in the fursuit walk that goes off on Saturday, which is why my partial is sitting on my table right now with, like, his head. Like, I got to hairspray the mane again to make it, you know, stylized and shit, but, you know, I'll work on that closer to the date. Get cactar and get bonked. Yes, of course I did. See you this weekend, then, most likely. Yeah, see you this weekend! You're gonna be at the Twitch panel on Sunday, and I've done my submission to that thingy-diggy, and I will be joining in as well. We will see how it goes compared to Whatsamahoosies, compared to last year's, when it was hosted by Mudasar.
Don't make me send you to Jesus
Because I know you and Scribbly have been doing a lot of work. You have been doing well, I know Scribbly has been doing a lot of work. I wonder, what have you been doing? Also, where's Whipper? The Twitch panel is on at the same time as the Fursuit Games. Wait, are you going into the Fursuit Games instead, Ripper? Instead of, you know, hanging out with your Twitch peeps? Elpenz. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do
Furry
one or
Cures
two blue ticks just to get us into the mood
1221
and
paid
shit.
me to say go suck a lemon.
Alrighty. Where's the thing? There's the thingamadoogies. That twitchy lad there should do the trick. As long as I don't make myself a threat. Ow! Why do you do this? Stop looking up my skirt. This is a terrible. Thank you for covering up. This is terrible. What you looking at? I'm looking at you, Furry Cures, as you're like, you know, trying. You're just hitting me in the head and just like forcing me to an upskirt. Terrible. Absolutely rude. Hi, Ginger Fox. Welcome to the stream. You there, two legs. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Wait, that's not right. Greeting. Gotta practice the greeting. Lolly. Ugh, my hands are shaking. You're talking to a robot. And he just insulted the robot. Alrighty. I am now going to be fighting a Talos. Or I'm going to be chasing after this Talos. Yep, I'm going to be chasing after a Talos. So yeah, where was I in my train of thought? Where was I? It's one of the only three things I wanted to... Oh, yeah, so, Twitch panel and furry games. Here's what I want to do, alright? Here's my list of things that I want to do at Furdo, okay? Number one, go to a takoyaki restaurant. I've got that organized already for Thursday, which is going to be great. Get a massage, a good one. go to the Twitch furry panel. Do trivia. I know there's a trivia session or something like that in Furry, so I just need to find people to like play the trivia game with and what have you. Do a karaoke night. That would be kind of cool. But all of this requires me making friends at the takoyaki. Thank you, takoyaki. Oh Jesus. All of this requires having friends at Furry. Now, granted, Rippa, you and I are friends. I hope we're friends. And then I'm gonna be hanging out with Lou, Foxy, and Icy Icy for a bit. Trying to think, who else is there to hang out with? Yink. Aiding. Just helping. I'm helping you out by just going bam, bam, boom. Ba 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 bam. Ba 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 bam. Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mess of things. Oh, damn it all to the deepest mine shaft. Why can't I do it? I'm a bloody dwarf, ain't I? No MSQ today? I might do an MSQ, to be real with you. I'm just doing a blue tick right now just to get me started. And what's more is, you know, as more and more time goes on, maybe some people who actually do watch me for the Final Fantasy XIVs will catch on to, wait a second, he's streaming Final Fantasy XIV right now. Grant is streaming the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV.
Hello!
Why am I not helping him? Happy Autism Awareness Month? Ah, yes. Autism Awareness Month. It's the one time of the year that we get to commit one crime in the name of autism. It's not Monday. It's Monday for me, thank you very much. Rally.
Nani?
What does MSQ stand for? The MSQ is the main story quest line. Main story quest. And I'll show you what it is after this mission. You came after me. You really are a kind soul, aren't you? And I'm still kind of a prickly sort, but I do dream of helping the other villagers with my smithing skills, just like the great Watts did. It's just that I've spent my whole life tinkering with automata instead of learning how to speak to folk. I've always been awkward. And that got worse when I realized people were avoiding me. It made me angry, made me throw up walls and shut others out. Then it wasn't long before no one would come anywhere near me. Soon you'll have to leave too, and then I'll be all alone. There are people out there willing to give you a chance. Absolutely true. Also, hi there, Sash. Happy Autism Awareness Month. Who told me about Autism Awareness Month? It was... it's not there. Oh, Sawyer Rabbit. Thank you, Sawyer Rabbit, for reminding me. But yeah, how topical as we're dealing with this dwarf here. That dwarf over there, they're having a hard time socializing with their fellow dwarves. And we're helping them out. Because, holy shit, I am not going to abandon this dwarf because of, you know, they don't know how to say hi. Alright, here we go. I suppose I could give it another try. A clumsy lally-ho might be better than no lally-ho at all. Lally-ho is like their method of greeting in their culture. Right, my mind's made up. It's like how in the Middle East, like one of the more common sort of greetings with Muslims is Assalamu alaikum. Wait, hang on. Assalamu alaikum. Wait, I think I said it right. But yeah, Assalamu alaikum is sort of like God be with you, and they give a response back. I'm trying to remember what the response. But yeah, anywho, like different cultures, different ways of greeting. It's like me going to a fur con and just like reaching my hand out and being like, "Hi, my name is Grant. Nice to meet you." So yeah. Also, hi there, Sashera. Woo, MMO day. Normally we do it on a Saturday, but I didn't do a lot of it on Saturday, so We're gonna... Alright, let's see. Yes! We get Lally Ho when we finish this. I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm going back into that village to give them my best Lally Ho. You're coming with me, right, you? Mm-hmm. Good. I'll start with one of the friendlier folk. Here we go! Alright, there we go. Oh, can we give a shout out to Ginger Fox, please? Also, I don't need the recommendations. I know exactly what I'm doing. Also, I probably need to get a new Wondrous Tales book. Where is he? Up here. Okay, cool. Who the fuck is in there? How did you get in there, is the question. Like, you can see a name up there. Hang on a second, who is that? What is that? Only Lalafels can enter this area. That is fucking bullshit. Annoying. How dare they? Lali? Ugh. Heaving hobgoblins run it. Are you mad at me or something? Ooh. You're not allowed? This is unfair. I can't give up. Maybe someone quieter. Gently now. Bonk. Lally? Lally? I gave it back, Ronit, I swear! I don't have your hammer! My nerves are getting the best of me. Maybe I should just stick to automata. Don't say that. Nuh-uh. You're gonna say hello to someone. No, I can do this. I'll not let you down after all you've done for me. Also, I should probably get into my Discord, just in case. Scroll all the way up here, go there, go to General. Yeah. Yum, 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 yum. Alrighty. You have to be this tall to ride. Okay, bet. You have to be this short to enter. That's rude. I could just crouch. Why won't they just let me crouch, honestly? Here we go. Let's see how he does with his lally hole. Hello, young Ronit. Was there something you needed? Lali. You can do it, Ronit. Lali. Oh. Lally ho! Jesus Christ, they're just absolutely surprising everyone. Lally ho! Now that's what I call a greeting, dear. Well done. I've never heard a lally ho like that before, Ronit. You damn near knocked me off my feet! I almost thought you were going to strike old Zima there. How ridiculous. Ronit would never do such a thing. He's a bit excitable, I'll grant you, but those angry words don't speak for his sweetheart. Who do you think dreamed up and built my helpful automaton here? It's even strong enough to carry me should I need it. Now, Ronit, you've shown what you can do. How about you give a nice greeting to those good folk as well? Lally ho! Nice. Lally ho, Ronit! I fear I may have misjudged you. Lally ho! Ah, good greeting is so reassuring. And here I thought you didn't like me. Nor me. If you've the time, I'd like to see the plans for that helper you built. An automaton strong enough to carry a fully grown dwarf? Incredible! Of course, I don't dislike any of you, and I'll be glad to share how I built my inventions. That's a promise then. We'll see you, Ronit. You can't just crouch, you'll break the furniture. Unfair. Discriminatory. Ooh, jeez. Hang on, I need to check on someone. Cookie for Engrel! Alright, so they're doing... Alright, cool. I can't believe it. Good for you, dear. I think a little gratitude towards your friends here might be in order, hmm? Now, if you excuse me, this old lady has things to do, and nary enough time to do them in. Hey, 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 I am not responsible for every trap, okay? Only a few of them have gotten me. Way more have been picked up by code. Did you see that? I greeted people properly, and they greeted me back. Folks want to talk to me for the first time in my life, and it's all thanks to you. Oh, you have to come and meet my mother again, so I can introduce her to my friends. Also, there's that clip of Arya's Soul Song, where they were, you know, going through the thingy-majiggy. Ah, hello. I don't have the lally ho yet, okay? So give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll complete this quest, and then I'll have the lally ho, and I can lally ho. Lally ho? Lally ho? Well, polish my helm and shine my horns, Ronit. You've learned to give a proper greeting. Nothing to it. I had a little help from a friend, though. Well, well, well. What did I tell you, eh? I knew you'd be a good influence on my Ronit. You've done for him what his own mother couldn't, and for that, I'm deeply thankful. I never thought I'd see the day. Aye, it's the oddest thing. And after I'd managed the first lally-ho, the next one came easier, and now I never want to stop. Well, I'm guessing you've got places to be, just to be sure to come back and visit sometime. Not that I'll be lonely or anything. See you soon, Grant. There we go. I have now learned the lally-ho. Nope, not the friends list. The emotes. Where are the emotes? Here they are. Ding. Alright. Lally-ho! Lally-ho! Yay. Alright. Also, that's a cool chocobo. Mine doesn't look at it. Hang on. Do I need to check my no. Cool. Alright, I don't have to worry about anything there. Alrighty then. Ding dong. Slap that over to the left there. Grab this. Nope, do not. Don't sort. There we go. I have so much fucking pizza. And I thought I could, like, leave this somewhere, but I can't. Bristle green. Bristle green. You do have a spare barding for it. Nice. I'm alright with collecting the bardings as I go along. So, I'm a bit of a collector that way. Alright, also, I need to find a bell. Okay, there isn't a bell here. Has extracted a materia from a pair of augmented Magitech tonfas. I honestly thought your crafting, like, thingy-madiggies would be the ones you'd have to do the Magitech thingy-madiggy. Actually, let me have a look. Where is my glamour extraction at? 33s, 40s, 69, 90s. What was that, 90? Oh, the weathered ring. That's why. Yeah, because I was doing, like, conjurer, like, during my time off. Alrighty, then. it is time for some MSQ nonsense. We head to Old Charlian. It's time for some MSQ. We're doing some MSQ, chat. You got it from an Endwalker deep dungeon. Wait, there's deep dungeons in Endwalker? Alrighty, Dink. Aether Point. We gotta head to the Annex. Alright, so I went through, like, the first half of, like, the introductory quest, which was apparently, like, the nerd side of the opening quest line. So now I'm gonna go into the other side. Haven't been into Orthos much, I need to do that. I need to get into the battlefield, so things I need to get through are some of the battlefield nonsense, the city of Whatsamahoozies, and this Eden's Gate shit. Amra Lassi. A blend of yogurt and spices, this refreshing drink is infused with the mellow sweetness of the Amra fruit. Thancred is eager to set forth for Thavnir. Himbo. Is this the Himbo squad? I have Krill's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnar before, I can travel by Aetherite, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krill was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of a good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. I don't get what's up with, Oriancia. Thou wilt recall the hunt of the Ice Hut? Unto those sanctuary we delivered, they owing to the knowledge of our comrade, Moonbrida. Moonbrida was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times, I thought to reach out to them after seeing that faithful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I shall speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whenever you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face what hath long been overdue. It is settled then. Let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kiet. Alright. Yep, cool. So we finished their side of the story. So now we're gonna be doing, as Sashara has kindly put it, the Himbo Squad, which apparently I should have gone with first, but, you know, I just did it by the order of, like, this thingy-majiggy in the top left. And I was able to find a website that tells me, like, how far along I am in the different, like, quest thingy-majiggy. Like, give me a second. So, excuse me. There is a website. Final Fantasy Progress. And, hang on, I can't resize it properly. There we go. And it tells me that with the quest that I'm up to, I am currently 86% overall completed, and I've completed 8% of Endwalker so far. Maidzy, look, I was forced into this. I was forced into the maid outfit, okay? It wasn't my choice to do so. It wasn't mine, alright? It was Engrel. Engrel forced me in the maid outfit, alright? So, yeah. So. Also, special, redeems at 600 bits. You'll get there when it when it comes to Endwalker. Cool, good to know. Alright, so I need to talk to the Confluence up at the Confluence. Zimbo. That's a funny adventure, buddy. Alrighty, this way. You wonder, sadly no umbrella from either Sax loot pool. Umbrellas? What? Alright. Oh, hello, Xerix. It felt shorter than Shadowbringers to me. To put into context, there are... Well, to put into context, the A Realm Reborn has 305 missions, Heaven's Ward has 138, Stormblood has 162, Shadowbringers has 157, and Endwalker currently has 135. So this is about, you know, Heaven's Ward kind of speeds. Because you look so pretty now. I don't want to look pretty. I want to look handsome, okay? I want to look handsome. You should give me handsome things, okay? You should check out my throne. Hang on a second. Bam. There we go. Well now, this is a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to my knowledge. We're associates of Krill of the Student of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome! Welcome! Test subjects? Oh, you haven't heard? Well now, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly? That changes everything! Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites. Cookie for Automata! Here's your cookie. Apparently I skipped over the brown sex and Orthos give it. Speaking of Final Fantasy XIV, you gotta take your PC into the morning to see what you can upgrade. Get some... You're so damn broke this year, but it's needed. Some of your parts are nearly 8 years old. Oh no, that's not great. I'm sorry to hear that some of the parts are, like, hitting the end of their life. The user need not attune to these Aetheryte, but the Aetheryte themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other in Yedlehem, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with the Radzathan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we're to test these Aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my vision to channel Aether. Will this be a problem? Yes, I feel like it would. Not at all. As a matter of fact, you may say these Aetherite were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within all will whisk you away without an effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Side effects can include an aether dysfunctioning, blindness, vomiting, convulsions, hypothermia, hyperthermia, pregnancy, and a whole ton of other problems. Don't worry about it, though. An EA game nearly took out your 3060. Wait, which EA game? That is not a quote that is just like easily thrown around. Funnily enough, me and Spikey were talking about his 3090 dying twice. My 3090 has died one time so far. It has died one time so far, and I've sent it into repairs, and I was very fortunate that it was still under warranty until July this year. I still have it under warranty till July this year, so we're good on that front. Need for Speed Unbound on low graphical settings. What the shit? How does that become a problem? Wonder there's a flaw with the 3000 series. So, alright. So the way the graphics thingy-majiggies work is that there's a number of chips that go onto the board. 3090s have the largest number of chips. Every time you apply a chip, it's similar to materia, where the likelihood of being a successful connection, because not only does the chip have to communicate with the board, but it also has to, work in conjunction with all the other chips, there's a lower and lower possibility of you being able to successfully create a 3090. It's a very, hazardous sort of put-togethers and such. So if you fail to create the 3090, you create a 3080. If you fail to create a 3080, you go to a 3070, and then a 3060. It's one of those. That's like. There's probably like a lot more to it than I'm probably letting on, and I'm probably oversimplifying it to a huge degree, especially since this is logic from like hard drive failures and shit. But that's essentially how it goes down with graphics cards. Is that you can scale down unsuccessful cards, but but you can't scale up. So if you successfully create a 3060, you can't create a 3070 or 3080. More chips means more failure points. Exactly, Atomica. And what's more is we're in a very unique problem as well, where the way we have our graphics units like working and shit like that, they require a lot more power than the 1080s when they were first released. The 1080 is amazingly enough still one of the better, more like just roster to roster performance wise. The only reason that the 2000s and the 3000 series and the 4000 series are better than the 1080 is because they get to utilize AI shit like the DLSS and some of the other like features that Nvidia adds onto their graphics cards. That's the bigger like deal with a lot of the Nvidia shit, is that they're normally adding in features into their cards. It's not just a bare bones, oh, we've added this many more cores or it's going at these speeds. It is still that case, but the 1080 was such a huge leap from the 900 series that, we hadn't hit like the same level of performance like in our, like granted, a 3090 is more powerful than a 1080, don't get me wrong, but if you just did roster performance, 2080 was very much just 1080, and a 3080 was still competing against users with a 1080 because most of us didn't want to deal with DLSS because we all saw it as like, oh, it's just, a crazier sort of anti-aliasing technology. We don't care about that. Give us more frames. I think I might need a new power supply. Possibly. If you want to know like what my build is, granted, my build is a Theseus ship of craziness. It's had pieces like on and off again being added in and replaced, so it's probably not the perfect thingy, but it is about as close to a top of the line with like, most of the things intact. So also, does the link still work? Lol, I love how it tells me there's a compatibility issue. It's not a problem. I've already done the BIOS update. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. So many fucking, like, half the shit doesn't exist anymore. Oh, I can probably replace that, Razer Chroma thingy-diggy with something else. So yeah, because I have replaced that keyboard. CUDA cores make me wiggle when it comes to rendering my art. Oh yeah, no. Actually, I wonder how many CUDA core... What are you running, unnamed? I need to do a motherboard CPU upgrade at some point. My Ryzen 5 is starting to show its limitations. Oh, are you... So are you still in the 5000 series like me? Because, you know, I'm still sitting... like, I'm still on the Ryzen 5000 series because, you know... For me to be able to do an upgrade on my CPU, I will have to do the exact same thing as you, where I'll have to do a motherboard upgrade as well. And I don't want to upgrade into a CPU that's like, you know, reaching the end of its life, because 3600. Oh, so it's not even the 5000 series, it's the 3000 series. Okay. When you said Ryzen 5, I thought you meant like a Ryzen like a Ryzen 5000 series, not Ryzen 5 as in it's a 6-core thing. A 3080 Ti, 64 gigabytes of RAM, but you've been throttled by your CPU. Upgrade this year, hopefully. Have you put your upgrade on your throne? Have you put it on your throne? Hang on, that's my throne. What's your throne? Hang on. Bing. And then if I go unnamed 417. Oh, what the? You put the Ring Fit as a featured wish list? That's on my wish list. Thank you for linking your throne. You put the Ring... I put the Ring Fit on my thingamadoogies. You know, an Elego M3 stand compatible with... Oh, that looks pretty cool. Whereas, there it is. The Intel i9 14th generation. Ooh, how does it compare to mine? Hang on a second. Sorry, hang on a second. CPU monkey. Or, give me a second. I need to compare CPUs. Ding, dong, habong. Ding, dong, ding, bing. Alrighty. So I am a 5950X, and you are going for a 4900K. You're going for the i9, it looks like. Alrighty, so I am 16 cores at 3.4 gigahertz with an overclocking to 4.9. I can do the multi-thready thingamadiggy, and it's unlocked, released back in 2020. You are a 24 core at 3.2, but you can overclock to 6. Damn. Fourth generation, 14th generation. Mine's Zen 3. Yours is a Raptor, which is meant for servers. Okay, so yours is a success. Yours doesn't have a successor yet. And then mine does have a successor, but if I do that, I need to do a motherboard upgrade. Yep, you've got more cores. We got the same number of threads, though. That's weird that you've got 24 cores, but it only goes up to 32. It doesn't go up to 48. I wonder if there's a limitation. Hyper-threading, overclocking, both of them are available. Core A does the with 4. Going up to thingy, and then, so 8 Raptor Cove, and then 16... okay. So that's... Okay, so 8 cores of Raptor Cove is basically like the... They don't do the hyper-threading bit, but these 16 probably do. If you go to a 79 series, you have to upgrade the motherboard. And oh, yeah, I have to do the RAM as well. You got an internal GPU. This I like about Intel. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm a little bit annoyed that very often I don't get this with AMD CPUs, especially on release. But I like that Intel at least gives you an internal graphics unit. It's not great, don't get me wrong. Like, this isn't perfect. This isn't gonna let you play Minecraft or some shit. But, you know, if your GPU breaks, at least the entire system doesn't crash. You can just take out the GPU and you just run off, like, you know, the shitty internal graphics. It's not the end of the world for your PC. So yeah, and then it, like, obviously it leads to this thing here where, like, you know, you can watch videos and shit. Oh, hi Fizz! Can we get a shout out for Fizz, please? Can we get a clip shout out? Can have up to 128 gigs of memory across 2 channels with a maximum bandwidth of 41.2 gigabytes. 190, I've not yet seen a reason to get to that high of a RAM slot yet. Ooh, but... Oh, that's interesting. So you can do DDR5 or DDR4. I imagine you have to, like, pick one of the two. You can't, like, go to a DDR5 motherboard and then be able to downgrade to 4. You have to pick one of the two, I imagine. Yep, both ESS. The L2 cache, not important. L3 cache is pretty good, though. Ooh, PCI 5. Nice. Actually, what PCI version is my 3090 GTX, or RTX, sorry. RTX, PCI... 3090 is the first to use the new 16-pin PCIe 5.0 power. It replaces the 12-pin that was previously on 3000 and can provide up to 600 watts of power. Cool. Awesome. Oh yeah, thermals, I do a lot better than you. 7 nanometer. I remember this. This was such a problem. Like, each of the companies were trying to get, like, smaller and smaller nanometers with their cores, and AMD, for the longest time, was making their own cores. It took them a little bit longer to shrink them compared to Intel, because Intel wasn't making these cores in-house. They were going off to a different company to make them and some shit, but there came a point where it's like, they just couldn't get under 10. They just struggled. But now they're like, and then AMD was like, oh yay, we've hit 8. And now they've hit 7. Alright, so Cinebench single core test only uses one core, and the amount of cores or hyperthreading doesn't affect it. Yep, so it goes easily, like almost another speed. Multi-core. Interesting that it has like about the same amount of why does AMD have a Blender benchmark, but Intel doesn't? Like, wouldn't it be the other way around? The Blender benchmark 3.1 scenes Monster, Junktown, and Classroom are rendered in the time required by system to measure. In our benchmark, we test the CPU and not the graphics card. Blender 3.1 was presented as a standalone version in March 2022. More Cinebench. Nice. Oh my god, Stefan. Who the fuck is this guy? Back in 2022. That is old news. CPUs have changed in that time. Alright, so if I do 7950X, how does that compare? So, 9, 6th generation. Okay, so it had like the same amount of cores as its previous thingy-majiggy. Oh, it has internal this time. Nice. Oh my god, 5 nanometer? Are you shitting me? Maximum display is 3. 2 compute units, 128 on shaders, none of the hardware ray tracing. Max GPU memory. Okay. No AV1, but the Intel does AV1. Nice, okay. Oh, I should probably get out of this. Sorry, I got distracted. Sorry. No! Shit! No! God damn it, no! Fuck. You missed Twitch.
Nani?
Alright, there we go. Ding dong. Ding. I accidentally clicked start stream, which, like, you know, whatsamahoozy thingamadiggies. You didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project held by the forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I think I just need to go with Turbo at this point. Too many people to watch, but I love the emotes too much. I was in the same boat as well. I'm gonna be real with you, Engrel. And the unfortunate bit is that since they've, like, you know, since Australia's sub price has been altered, it's even, like, the sub price for Australia as well is greater than the currency exchange from Australian to US, because the US is still $5. Australia's has been up to 8. Conversion from, like, Australian to US to, like, make it a $5 US is not 8 Australian dollars. Or at least it shouldn't be. Hang on a second. 5 USD to AUD. Yeah, it's like it's $7.50. The 9, oh, it's $9 now? That's fucking bullshit. It's $8.99, so basically $9. That's bullshit. Because, like, the Australian dollar, like, it's fluctuating, don't get me wrong, but come on. Come on, it's $1.50. You're talking about $1.50. You're finally back? Welcome back, Unnamed. It doesn't fluctuate that much. Like, if you look at the last year, it has been floating around between $1.50 with as lows as $1.45 and as high as $1.55. And when you're dealing with a single digit value like $5, you shouldn't be doing this fucking bullshit of like, oh, let's give ourselves an extra $1.50. Bullshit. Making everything convert to how expensive everything is for other countries stupid. Oh, it's the absolute worst for example, Brazil, like South American countries, they no longer have localized currency in Steam. It is and so if you want to purchase a game on Steam and you're living in South America, the prices are so fucking ridiculous. Also, congratulations on getting the broken sword.
Zeebs is a cutie.
It's absolutely terrible. It's like spending your month's salary to get a video game in Brazil. Like, no fucking wonder people want to do piracy. I am not... Like, the equivalency would be like an Australian spending $300 or more for a video game. I had to cut out so many sub renewals. There are some I refuse to cut out, but I have to drop my sub count significantly. I will probably have to look through mine as well at some point, because I used to have like 15 or... I remember when I first had 30, and then I had to cut that down to like... I think I cut that down to like 20 or 17. How many am I up to right now? If I go to Twitch and I go to subscriptions, I currently have 10 subscriptions right now. So I'm basically spending $90 a month. I will need to get rid of some subscriptions, I'm sorry to say. Financial reasons. Alright, so I'm gonna stop that renewal. I'm gonna stop that renewal. Later? Okay, fine. Later. Alright, back to the game we go then. Fine. I just got rid of like 2... I just stopped the renewal of like 2 subscriptions. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Especially when a company says, okay, that's Ubisoft, and, like, I'm gonna be real with you, is gonna cut out my simp chat, no. I don't know, Unnamed. Can we get a shout-out for Unnamed, please? Can we get a clip shout-out? Did we get a clip shout-out done for, what's-a-mahoozy's, Fizz at one point? Sash, what the fuck are you... Okay, fine, I'll do it myself. Alright. Here we go. Clip shout-out. That's how you do it. Drunk stream. Look at it. Look at this yeen.
What was that? That was a blur. It was a blur. I saw nothing. Nobody saw anything. Bad yeen. Ah!
Jin the Cerberus paid me to say hi, Zeebs. Still having
Don't
titties.
Clip. Alright, if you clip that, you are getting a ban.
Yes, I still have titties.
You will get a timeout. Don't do it.
Oh, was this when you showed your titty? Was this when you showed your titties? Was that when you showed your not safe for work thingy-madiggy? I don't know what you showed what that was not safe for work, but I'm assuming titties. Also, I need to adjust my sound thingy-madiggy, because once again, I did not hear my streamer bot thing. Or, not streamer bot, but speaker bot, because... Hang on a second.
Boobies!
No, not boobies. Ding. Speaker bot. Yep, there we go. I missed it because there's some elements that are still going
Boobies!
into the, like, the previous thingy-madiggies. So, yeah, voice mod can stay there. Alright, cool. Alright, I can hear boobies. Alright, yes, Sash, I know, I need to be playing the game. There we go. I am playing the game. Are you happy? I am playing the video game. Stop it. Lily hole. Also, look at this girl. Look at her with her fucking like, you know, pixie dress. Do you want to join Xerx's party? Sure. You do realize that. No, anyway, this ways. We now need to wait at the Aetherite Plaza. Is the MSI GeForce 4060 Ti any good? It's the most expensive card you can get. I don't know if I am the best person to give you advice about graphics units, okay? Ding. Waiting around. Waiting with the himbos. Oh, hang on. I think I saw some orange text earlier. Also, get Dazzy online. I need to be friends with Dazzy, and Dazzy hasn't accepted my friend request.
Right, we're all set.
Oh, cool. It's auto thingy-majiggy. Excellent. I don't have to say anything.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
Yep.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
Oh, cool.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
If he wasn't going to Scotia Con, he would have gotten the 59. Ow, Jin!
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? Here we go.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
So long as we don't get blinded, I'm pretty sure we're good. Ah, God damn it, Jin! How dare you? Alright, let's see if Sashara was paying attention. Hey, Sashara, can you give a clip shout out to Fizz Tiger? Alright, let's see. How fast do we move? Alright, pretty decent speeds.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy.
It's very bright.
Once solidified as a
course,
single
there's a
nation,
evil
an adamant
tower
stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Alright, the good news
Now
is
across
I'm
this
alive.
vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh. I'm guessing that's very violent.
What chance?
I will laugh if Astidian gets violently ill. He's dead! He killed Urianger!
Against such an insidious foe.
Honestly, if Emmett Selch was watching us now, he would think we're idiots. He would wonder how the fuck we ever defeated him as Hades. He'd just look down at us and just be like, ugh, disappointing. Oh, god damn it. Astidian skip. But it would just be funny. It would just be
Seen
funny.
fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
It would be funny if he, like, just decided to join in. I already know that he's, like, attuned to this place. It would have just been funny.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
He's gonna give us the weird yogurt spice thingy-majiggy, I think. Look at Urianger.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Could you, like, not manspread, please?
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Aha. Alright, I'm gonna have to work through the sickness. It's just like any other day I wake up. I'm just gonna have to, like, fight through the pain. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Let's see. Oh, of course it has to be fucking raining. Shut up! Oh, there. Ow! Just let me attune, please, before we go any further. Ugh. The difference between alcoholic consumption between different worlds of light. We have the young, the not so young, and then we had Urianger, who was just ill. You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness. By the Mansuya, a traveler! I mean, greetings! Greetings and welcome! You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnia, I'm pleased to offer to you for the low price of 19,800 gil for not 1, but not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. Please no. Estinian, no! This isn't the yen, this is gil, this is gold. You don't spend more than 500 on a food. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and use gestures. Okay, Estinian. Deny. Estinian, stop! I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Thank you for the fishing unnamed. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me! Huh? Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been easily costly for both of us. Very well, then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. Hey, unnamed. You got bits, right? 600 bits. I'll be back after I explore the town. Alrighty. Also, hang on, where is he? There he is! There he is! There's Matsuyo. There he is. Welcome back, Xerix. Look who's stalking us. Can I like... Nah, invalid target. Damn. That's such... Oh, god damn you. Why did they make it white? Why... Of all the colors they could have picked for, like, sickness and shit, they made it white. Which I feel like is absolutely terrible. It gives it a real, like, cum brain thing. Like, let's see. Oh, teensy wincy touch, she says. Not even my hardest drinking comes close. I don't have the drink. It's not here. I think you're the only one who would have thought of that. Don't you dare. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me about this thought, okay? Praise be the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. Look at Matsuyo walking slowly. You were in time? Excellent. You've spared us Tataru's wrath. No, God. Sweet, sweet release. If you hadn't already, you should have yours too. Kitty. Nice jazz. Back on your feet, I say. Thy hair? I found it. 'Tis the most I could do against this head short of shedding my armor. Thank you for the hyper himbo fizz. I greatly appreciate it. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man says it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. How much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Alphino spent 100,000 gil on a katana. He spent 20,000 on a fucking rubber band. It's just a rubber band. It's not even a good one. I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnia as its dominion, the nation of Radzathan long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arcasadora, a Batanga group indigenous to this land. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and though their intermingling a culture rich and distinct did emerge, from alchemy to textiles, the products of Hainish culture have come to the celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzathan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious govern and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that the merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampart doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhaps that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've naught to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Krill's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedla Mahad? I couldn't say that name properly, I'm sorry to say. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Oh yay, and we get some yogurt spice. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Where'd he go? Ah, there he is. Bam. What did I miss? Is there anything you thought about this? That's to this side, so to speak. Alright. His stomach behaved once more. Thancred is ready to get to work. Right. Let's split up and make inquiries in town, Grant. The pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we could regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting, though the mere sight of it may be. Nice. Here we go! Together with the GrantZeebs. You think there would be a bell nearby? Oh no! Matsuyo left the party. Excuse me while I steal some fruit. And then over in the pier. It does look lovely, though. Reminds me of Bali. Like, you know those, like, tourist photos of Bali? Grant said to check your friends list. He thinks he accepted it a week ago. Gazing out from the pier, your spy moats moored off nearby isles with a silhouette of larger thingamajiggies compared to other ports you have visited in the past. There appears to be very little activity. I don't see it. He doesn't look to be here. Also, who is this person? Oh yeah, this is, Prey Purge. Yeah, it's not, they're not here. Alright, yeah, they're not in my friends list. Lol, blue mages. Cool. Alrighty then. Okay. Hang on, I need to try and stretch my back without breaking it. Ah! Ow! Ow. Okay. Ugh. Ow. Hang on. Hi there, Velk. Ew. I'll get better. Ow. I swear to you, I will get better, alright? It's not the end of the world. Alright, so where else am I checking out? At least it's not as audible as when Code cracked his... Wait, Code cracked his back? Go to the doctor, for fuck's sake. Alright, let me see if I can get a GP. Hang on a second. GP. Ding, 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 ding. Medical thingy-madiggy. Go to their website. We'll book an appointment for myself. Existing patient. Standard consult. Standard consultation is 80. Do I have $80? Hang on a second. Whenever he stretches, there's an audible crack. Oh my god. Hang on a second. Do I have the monies?
Sipping Time sponsored by Ingral.
I get paid tomorrow. That might be better. Alright, well the good news is Twitch did pay me, but it immediately went into an internet bill. So, yay. I'm not in debt, but at the same time I don't have money to spare. Sucks that this is the way now because of it being... It used to be free, yeah, there used to be bulk billing. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. I hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be ever worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Salt Wind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. You know who's gonna be seeing how much vehicle. Alright, cool. Where else can I gather information? Doesn't look like anything here. Doesn't look like that person there. Probably over there. Alright. Oh, wait, no. Hang on. I just need to, like, figure out how to stretch my back, okay? My GP randomly closed last year, so you had to get a private practice now. At least there's the rebate. At least there's that, yeah. Well now, if it isn't a traveler. You're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naru Niar. If it's just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no. It had to spawn hell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods will know. Maybe a physio. Maybe a physio. Hang on a second. How much is a physio gonna cost? Physio. Maps. Alright, how far of a walk is that? Oh, it's like right near the coals. Okay. Excuse me 1 minute. And, actually, hang on. Let me just click back. Conveniently located. Hands-on sports injuries, management and taping, core strengthening program, spinal mobilization and manipulation, dry needling, routine, including back, neck, shoulders, knee pain, pre-post surgery, sporting injuries, pain management, as well as pain due to inflammation, sprain, or other types of injuries. We welcome private physiotherapy and third-party rehabilitation clients. Services offered: physiotherapy, exercise as physiology, pre- and post-operative rehabilitation, gym and exercise-based programs, dry needling, hydrotherapy, pain management programs. Hi, Dazzy. Also, Dazzy, accept my friend request. Or you didn't. Let me clarify. You didn't accept my friend request. It's expired. get onto Final Fantasy XIV so I can send you another friend request. Alright, anywhoosies, this way. I'm absolutely said all of the zone. The Dalmatians aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered! What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the Providences are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we have been afforded no protection out there. We can't blame the foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Ah, but this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Dalmatians. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hainish's favorite. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Calzal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Nope. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Why do you what, Sashera? Did you not like it that I was like, you know, proving you wrong by showing Dazarus that you were, in fact, you know, in the game? Excuse me. My name is Matsya, and I am here to see Calzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. I just need to, like, crack my back or something. Once I crack my back, I'll be right as rain. I'm pretty sure they're given a different name, but sure, elephants. Hi there, Wild Saber. Oh my goodness, here's a wall of text. Hang on a second. Weird and thought-provoking question. If we lived in a Who Framed Roger Rabbit world, where would the line be drawn on marriage? For example, Dolly from 101 who is talking dog, or a sentient vehicle like the taxi from... Wild Saber. The 101 Dalmatians are... They're dogs. They're not furries. They're just dogs. You do, like, it's important to me, Wild Saber, that you recognize this. Just because the animals have a little bit of speech and such like that, there wasn't a demonstration that they were. That's why I asked the question. But did you have to though? Oh, would you look at that? I had to... Oh, now you're on my friends list. There we go. You're wrong. I clearly just added you as a friend, Dazzy. I clearly just added you as a friend, and the minute I sent that request, you instantly accepted. They're less anthro than Scooby, to be honest. Thank you, Xerix. And what's more is, no, you cannot marry Scooby-Doo. Don't you dare go back into Palace of the Dead. How many missions are we away from where Dazarus is in the MSQ? Matsuya! Yes? Can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, didn't you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my
Emotional damage.
Questions like those keep you up at night? Okay, are they keeping you up at night because, like, here's the thing. Now that you've asked that question, Wild Saber, the first thing that's popping up in my head is, like, is it you that wanted to marry the 101 Dalmatians in the streetcar? Like, was it... Because that's the problem I'm having right now. Because if you wanted that, like... This is why it's hard to have furries as friends. Some of them, you know, we totally understand. Oh, yeah, we should not be looking at Helldivers 2 as a military strategy. It's fascist in nature. Let me just enjoy my video game. But then there are other moments where it's just like, oh, I very much think the 101 Dalmatians is fuckable. It's like, no. Please, no. You just use them as an example. Okay. Fair enough. I walked back into the stream to that. All right. Look, no, Vel, you're fine. Don't worry about a thing, okay? All right. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't brought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium has been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Yay, we got ourselves some gloves, but I'm pretty sure those gloves are not... Horse! I just read them, and they said horse. I looked at the item level saying 515. I totally forgot about the horse part. Horse! Okay, question. What level... Okay, so these are 530s. Ding dong. So the gloves will go up here. And yes, I've got a few what's-a-mahoozy thingy-madiggies. So horse chestnut, 11, dwarven. Another horse chestnut over there. I'm going to need to clean up this like sack. Because here's the thing, this isn't even the worst one. Look at this. Look at all this food I could be eating. Actually, you know what? Let me just eat this ratatouille. There we go. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Hopefully I'm getting the voice right. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers? Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me. The portions I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. Hi there, Gold Buick. Welcome to the stream. Hey. I've added a new bit redeem. I've added a new, like, bits redeem thingy-majiggy. I've had this available in the background for a while, but previously it needed to be, like, 8,008 bits. Now it's down to a much cheaper 600 bits. Also, what is happening in the group? Why are you chatting in the party chat, Sash? Xerix, Shash, what are you talking about? But oh my god, please stop torturing yourself. Hey, no, that wasn't the plan. Lady Alice, no. No, 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 no. Do not steal my shirt. Ow, my back. So we'll see him when the next expansion after Dawn Trail releases. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I just realized the elephant is topless. If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The event to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Alright, give me a second. I just need to... Let me just stand up for a little bit and straighten out my back and get a new water, okay? How much longer till the next advertisement question? Okay, so next advertisement was gonna go off in 16 minutes. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna like try and not have my back be sore or anything like that, and I'm gonna refill my water, okay? I'm gonna give you people's like some fun shit, okay? See, look at this. Look at this one. Look at that one. Isn't it amazing?
This is like a render of me.
Here we go.
Instead of, like, actively
All right.
me.
Please do not
Okay,
scream
so
out
we
in
need to
pain.
disable
Chat
this.
would
Alright.
think it's very weird if you do. All right. Here we go.
Oh!
Click. Ah! Click. I'm fine. I'm standing up. I just have some random twinges. So, alright, first thing we gotta do is we gotta subdivide it, and we're gonna... Ow. Let's go with 4 cuts.
The real you is super ugly.
Wow! Shut up! I can spell. Do we have car keys?
No, I don't think we do. I'm gonna place the camera.
Here we go.
Yeah. And
System. I think everyone was like really close, only because... Rudy, stop it! 250 kilometers in any German vehicle, 20 air skills in any Volkswagen buggy, drag race in a German super saloon, any German vehicle. Why? I'm just so broken.
Yeah, you can't spell nutrition without nut, am I right?
Ow. Alright. Fabupoda. Hi. This bear that you drew for the pecan bear is absolutely adorable, and I love it. My particular fave is the style of the coat you've chosen and the 2-color tone. Like, beautiful, it's wholesome, and I love it. Oh, Elon, no, you know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen, and he would, you know what? He would have the goal. He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Like 100%. Elon would most certainly 100%. You can quote me on this one, so I have to stand by this. If Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. So long as I remember, that's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake. He'd be a pro in the next few days. Jared just being like, "Hey, 14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMO?" Wait, hang on a second. I got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text. Here we go. Sashary's just like tapping away, and he's like, "Did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV free trial includes the entirety of Realm Reborn and the winning Heaven's Word up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime?" That's technically misaccurate now. There is more than just the free trial that gets you into Heavensward. It also gets you through the critically acclaimed Stormblood expansion. Join us in Eorzea today. Alright, here we go. Alrighty. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with the customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling. Maybe in 7.4 people get Endwalker for free. Maybe. Who knows? My fish too. Shall we? Say 3 people here in Yedlibhama. I will observe. Nice. Oh, for a second there, I thought it was Sashera that was fishing. I feel like I need a clip that's so the next time it pops up, I can clip you doing this again and keep adding to it. Give me a if someone can find like the original like thingy-majiggy and then we do exclamation point. Oh, actually it goes up in the top left, so. Bam, bam. Yes. Fish! Fish! I got fish here. Fresh fish, straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now, so thanks, but no thanks. Serious? It never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better with the next customer. Now that's average. Ah, thank you. What does that look like? Hang on a second.
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
Exclamation point play. Oh, actually, it's exclamation point watch, isn't it? It's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV free trial includes the entirety of Realm Reborn and the Winnings Heavensward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? That's technically misaccurate now. There is more than just the free trial that gets you into Heavensward. It also gets you through the critically acclaimed Stormblood expansion. Join us in Eorzea today. Excellent. Love the clipping. Thank you so much, Sashera. I need to get more of them done as time goes on, so then that way I can... Because I'm going to be on break for this week, and I'm going to need a few clips to post onto TikTok and what have you. A part of me is worried that I'm going to have to go to my previous vault... Oh, wait, wrong way. Why did I stop? Did I, like, hit a barrier or something? Never mind. Alrighty. Nashreen. Wait, is there someone dead in the water right now? A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessel coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come along asking what the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Damn. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? Was I supposed to be able to, like, sell my food to some... Also, there he is! Look, there's a dead person in the water. Hang on. The fuck? Big Soma. Are you alive, Big Sir? Hopefully so. Alrighty. There's a success. There is a success prompt on the sales? Are you kidding me? Is there a way to do these again? Oh my god. Alright, where is it? Here it is. Oh, I can't choose to abandon. Seriously? Alright, here we go. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm busy. Oh, my stomach. Oh. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In a hurry to get back to work, I ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all. Food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Oh, god damn it. Never mind. We just approached him at a bad time. Timing is everything, right? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Okay, well that's disappointing. Look at this elephant man. Can I help these? No, I guess I can't. Sorry I didn't sell you any fish. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Though you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end, but the way you fearlessly approached strangers gave me much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example and endeavor to be fearless too. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who shouldn't it be but Matsya? Kalzal! Have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Hang on a second, Work's asking me a question, and I'm going to need to give him a straight answer of, yes, I sent them invites. Hang on a second, sorry. Something's not right. So yeah, because I'm technically on call. Hang on. And this person's pretty high up. I can't just say, hey, give me a call on the after hours. This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to Google zebra titties.
Google before the zebra titties. Meow. Hang on a second. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding. Where the fuck am I going? This way. Cool. Okay. I should have muted for that one. Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick. I can... Oh, Elon... No, you know what? You know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen. And he would... You know what? He would have the goal... He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certain 100%. You can clip me on this one, so I have to stand by this. If Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. That's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake. He'd be a pro. And then we transfer once more. Let's do it again. Hide this thing. Back over here. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah. Oh, nope, wait. I'm doing my best. I just have to double check some names. Good luck. Isn't that fantastic? Best of luck, yes. Tell me what he can turn into. During the Fourth War, in bear form! In bear form! Fourth Age, in bear form! You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form! That's not canon! What do you mean it's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? Wait, this isn't simple and clean. What fucking intro is this? I thought every game opened with simple and clean. Everything we're seeing just there should just be simple and clean. Yep. Too many things. Maybe. Like, don't.
Damn it, I wish
Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need... Oh!
I win.
Yes! Nice work! Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? You can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes! Ah! Oh, thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I win. Oh shit! Hey,
Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like just congratulations, Cap, and Cap is just like, nah, I'd win. And then Peter Griffin. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we not realize that was the first thing you were going to stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big sword.
I really like the sword.
Shove it in your chest.
Shove it up.
Look at the
Look at the titties.
Grant, stop looking at the titty.
But it's so good.
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder.
Shut everyone.
Do I have it as a command? Hold on. Fucking
ding.
try me there. Damn it, there's a Keck W in my way. Move, Mega.
Ding. Text.
Sharon just being like, hey, 14. 14. 14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed final... Wait, hang on a second. I got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text. Sashara's just like tapping away and it's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today.
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute maid outfit and love...
Shut up! Do we have car keys?
No, I don't think we do. I'm gonna place the camera. Here. And...
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
No. No. Tango. Saving $200 a month in my normal thingamadiggy. So
Hello.
So
Alright, why is there quotation marks in this
minus $200, which means that even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, because I think last month I spent 680 times by.
Sorry, I just need to
666.
make sure there isn't any like
Even if
quotation
I
marks
only,
or white space. Otherwise,
even if I
it's
only
not
get
gonna
rid
work.
of like 2/3 of my
Alright,
takeaway
ding.
budget, then I get there's an additional
Ding.
$450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that, and that is before I do I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper. What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, GrantZeebs. Alright. Fabupoda. Hi. This bear that you drew for the pecan bear is absolutely adorable, and I love it. My particular fave is the style of the coat you've chosen and the two-color tone. Like, beautiful, it's wholesome, and I love it. Stronger than 1, stronger than 10, stronger than 100 men. An outsider? But how? By the gods, allies of the Empire! My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. Cookie for Sky. Sky, look! Rabbit girls. Rabbit girls. Hopefully you enjoyed your cookies.
What did I miss? Oh, hi, Jason.
It was the warden you wished to know
ding.
about, yes? My mother, may she Don't say it. Don't say it, Grant. You know what Bone wrote. You don't need to say it out loud. You don't need to say it. It's up, dog. What's up with you? Diggy, and then capture. Properties, AC capture. Yep, is not grabbing onto Twitch thingy-majiggy. No, I'm gonna say Phantom. You broke it. I was doing A-okay, and then something broke just as you came in. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Riven. Greatly appreciate it. Alrighty then. Back in, here we go. It'll take a minute for the, what's-in-the-koozie to catch its system. I think everyone was, like, really close, only because... Rudy, stop it! ...250 kilometers in any German vehicle, 20 airspace in any vehicle. Oh god, why did you have to raid solo? Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry, because, one, my back. Two, I had someone high up at work ask me a question about their, about, like, you know, their external people being able to see the what's-in-the-koozies. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Normally there would be a Final Fantasy XIV thingy-majiggy being presented here, but I've had to do a little bit of a, like, technically speaking, a little bit of work. So, because even though it's technically a day off for me, I got approached by someone who's, like, fairly high up in the org, asking me a question about something important that's going off this evening, and I have to, you know, give him a response and help him as best as I can. God damn it, little Incineroar. Alright, cool. I am going to need to keep this... I'm going to need to keep that chat window open, annoyingly enough, in case someone decides to, you know, get in contact with me again about this. And this all started because they wanted to do a lot of nonsense in one channel, and then they were like, hey, what if we deleted all the messages in there? No, that is not a possibility with our channels. And they were like, okay, let's just make some entirely new ones just for dry run nonsense. And it's like, okay, this might work, but you have all these externals in there, and they're like, and they just gave me an Excel spreadsheet with, like, a mixture of names of both, you know, some important peeps and some not important peeps, and I'm just sort of like, yeah. It's just, it is what it is. Also, good. Hi there, Sage. Welcome to the stream. Okay then. Goddamn contractors. Maybe you shouldn't have fired. Maybe you shouldn't have, like, called a redundancy on, like, you know, a whole ton of our peeps back in 2023. Instead, you should have just, like, taken the financial hit, and then so in that way we could keep them for when we do all this heavy work in 2024. But no, cut them out and then spend an exorbitant amount of money on contractors. With no ship coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So, you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. Oh, that's a shame for him. I want to help you. I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kazal. Not to worry. using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please, take care on the road. But yeah. I would love to vent about work, but it's not appropriate to do so here in a like this public stream and shit like that. But yeah, I need to be mindful of what I talk about and shit, because yeah. Thank Christ no one here knows like who precisely I work for and such. It's very important. This anonymity can only take me so far, so long as I don't talk about shit. Trying to decide random spreadsheets is just so much fun getting random data. It's less that it's random, and it's just more of the case of like... yeah, no, I won't get into it because I'd have to explain a lot more, and it's one of those cases of like, this could have been done a little bit better by me, quote unquote, and it was a thing that was like, oh, like this should have been like quote-unquote done Thursday, and it's like technically it was. It's just I see you've been busy. I've managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. And what's more is it just doesn't help that they're doing like some major shit in the evening, and this is like the Monday is a day off for like a lot of the rest of the corp. So like yeah, I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many local livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, Okay, let me just give myself a minute. I'm not completely gone, I just wanted to disappear as I just, like, violently shook. Alright. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. Cool. Nope. We gotta talk to Astidian, the Azure Dragoon. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's Arcasadora, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this proprietor's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arcasadora would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krill's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. What? What's up, Sash? Okay. I can see... I looked over to my left, and I can see them typing. Yep, alright, I'm back. Alright, this a ways. Ding, 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 ding. Alrighty. Okay, they said thank you. They'll check in with the externals, which is, I'm glad that they're not mad at, it doesn't sound like they're mad at me or anything like that, so it's probably just a case of they're stressing because there's big stuff going off in Monday evening. So I'm just gonna say, hey, just if there's someone missing, give me their emails, I'll send the invite. That way, like, it seems like a, you know, it's more of a case of, hey, rather than, like, going through this bureaucracy, we've already had this ticketed, we've already done a huge number of the invites, send me their emails directly, and I'll get that sorted. You do not see... Okay, how do I say this name? Because I kept saying Matsuya, as Sashera has been hating on me for.
Matsya.
Matsya. Okay, Matsya. You do not see Matsya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Fingers crossed that it isn't too bad. It's not bad, it's just... Okay, my mind is probably putting in more emotion into it than is necessary. That's probably just it. That's probably just the thing. Also, Aether Compass. 195 malms to the west. Okay, so it's about this ways. Oh, hang on. Angry elephants. Looking around. Matsya. Leave me alone. Someone, help! And it's coming from the north. We gotta hurry. On Fenrir we go. You get the same. It helps if they appreciate it. It's probably one of those cases of like, because they're high up and stuff, so it's a case of like, hey, they sent me a task, and they got external peeps saying, hey, I don't see this. They check in with me first on like, hey, Sash, did you just... Hang on, do I have the... Okay, I'm gonna take the random guess that a level 10 conjurer does not have the resurrection thing, do they? Hang on a second, here we go. There we go. Don't worry, at one point I will level up my, what's-a-mahoozies. Alrighty, so, pumpkin? Actually, how many of these ones do I have? I need to get rid of those. Seaweed. Thingy. Fungy. Bacon broth. A knight's bun. Haddock. Alrighty, and some leaf sushi. Alrighty, so. Drink some espresso. Nope. It has to be the same thing. Okay, cool. I'll send him a message in like 15-30 minutes of being like, hey, following up, is there anyone that's missing? Anyone you want me to add? That way I'll be seen as attentive and it won't, and they, you know, they'll feel like I'm helping. Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. Mm-hmm. You and your friends came here to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We've heard that the Arcasadora were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. Mm-hmm. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of those beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and fully justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not test us of thy divinities and thy true nature? If you've come all this way to save us, really? To think I'll have you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do so. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish! Alright, so the time is 12:13, it's 12:20, so that's been 7 minutes. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Achiali? Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we still be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. I, as you said, will do well to study their religious traditions. To Akali... Alrighty then. Actually, hang on a second. Regalia. Dun 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 dun. Hop in. Look at Sash. Oh, Aether Current. Sorry, I just need to get this Aether Current. This will be your first time with this many Aether Currents. Is there a lot? Excuse me, Sash, but the driving off-road nonsense is pinnacle Queensland Land Cruiser work, okay? Steve Irwin would be disappointed in you.
Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
Absolutely not. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means White Beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please, make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourselves around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with— Ow, goddammit, Frikers. You can do better than to start with Kagna and old Hasvelya. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusa, beings of wisdom and who assume the form of men, and Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities. Their forms and personalities, many are varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. I love how Xerix just stands there, but meanwhile, Sashera has to, like, be part of the fucking, area. She has to, like, pose and shit. Interesting. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusha and Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusa, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods, possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusha have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of man. Nice. Tomato, tomato. That ain't a Land Cruiser, that's a sports car. So, oh, hang on, that's upskirting. Steve Irwin would be disappointed in you. Alright, here we go. There you are. Learning a thing or two about our gods, I trust? While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. They always have it when they move on to the next expansion? Ah, okay. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Hi there, Zach Rhino. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hey. They are Manusia. You hear about them already, yes? The 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sundaruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister. To her right. So, this one. Sandoruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She provides over the craft and is so beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life, and what of the Mirag, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadora. Who just messaged me? Pretty sure I already sent you these messages. Hang on. Oh, wait, no, I answered you in Twitter, I feel. Hang on. Oh no, so what I answered, I answered about my bot and shit. But the what's-a-mahoozy thingy-majiggy, so is it Avatar? Nope. Okay. Alright, it looks like I don't have a command for it. But basically I'm using VC Face for doing the tracking and what have you, because to be like my central repository of shit. Then I've got Vignon for actually displaying the zebra and doing all the different, like, Unity features, such as showing and hiding different objects, any shape key or object rotation and scaling changes. Oh, and the multiple camera angles, that's also done with Vignon. So yeah. So yeah, alrighty. Back to the game. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of the Radzatan, forged a covenant with a dragon deity in ancient times. Hey, that sounds like what the Ishgardians had with the dragon fuckers. I forgot the name of the dragon fuckers. Does anyone remember the name of the... Hey, Sash, what was the name of the people that were, like, fucking the dragons and what have you? You know, the one, like, the whole, like, bing, bing, boom, clung, clung, rar, like, what was that religion called? This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Don't bonk me. Dragon ally? You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you have given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Krill's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nithana. According to Krill's notes, we'll find her at the place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. But yeah, remember the dragon cult, Sashera? Remember in Heaven's Ward how there was like a dragon cult? Also, is there an Aetheryte I need to worry about here? 481. Okay, cool. Did you say you're going to see Nithara? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Oh, I gotta kill some of these things. Oh, I only need to kill 2 of them. Okay, cool. That's easy. Done. We just needed to kill 2 of them. It's good. We're okay. Wait, 200 to the east? What the hell? Oh, okay. I was hoping we'd be close to a different one. Hey, that sounds like what the Ishgardians had with the dragon fuckers. I forgot the name of the dragon fuckers. Does anyone remember the name of the... Hey, Sash, what was the name of the people that were like fucking the dragons and what have you? You know, the one, like, the whole, like, hang on a second. Let me just check the safe right. Like, what was that religion called? I stand by what I said. Just because I remember how Heaven's Ward and the Dragon Song War went doesn't mean you have to berate me for it. I distinctly remember.
What happened here?
I'm gonna guess a raid.
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Did they party
Thinkest thou
hard?
they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Hi. Who are you?
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Do you reckon that they're very knowledgeable about the Ishgardians and their
People of the
dragoons?
great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Like, dragon
Yes,
scales
my
or weight
friends.
scales?
Gather round.
Oh,
I have
okay.
them right here.
Okay, so dragon scales.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Cool.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, Justinian.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
He is a dragoon. Like...
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Good to know. Justinian probably still doesn't like that answer.
That is well.
Justinian just standing there is just like, we're not about to start a Dragon Song war again, are we?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Uh-oh.
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
This man just like, donate your blood.
Here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
This is why you wanted me going here, is because Justinian just he's just like, cool, dragon followers, and they're not as crazy as the other ones.
My colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
Cool.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Is this meant to be Fantasy India? Like with all the like alchemy and textiles? It feels like Fantasy India. Noted. You cannot tell me the Himbo Squad is not entertaining. I feel like the Himbo Squad, like being 99% entertaining, is because of what the fuck was that? It's 99% entertaining because of Justinian. You're just like, hey, give us your blood. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Grant is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even though they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? We still love him. Yep, fair enough. How is Final Fantasy XIV better than WoW? I have no fucking idea. I've only played Final Fantasy XIV to a long degree. I've played a little bit of WoW back when the Burning Crusade, like the first expansion came out or something or rather, and I didn't go very far with it because there wasn't like an MSQ to go with. Admittingly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the aetheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, though, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to the aetheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Haha, perhaps so. And, knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But, as for your task, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence, and so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. Okay. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. It's a lot more about story-based and is a much better designed in that regard. The combat system is extremely different in WoW Fantasy XIV is slow at the start. It's a lot better crafted endgame, in your honest opinion. Also, you don't need add-ons to raid. Interesting. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Wook and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Still, you idiot, this is the internet, but I'd say my interactions in Final Fantasy have been better in higher percentages. That's good to hear. Why do you have hippo carts? What the... Oh, okay, it's the hippo carts that are doing the alchemy nonsense. Oh. Alright, well, he got fucking abducted. Alrighty. Wait, did I already do the... Yes, I did. Alrighty. Okay, so it's still pointing to that Aether Current then. The one that's like on the other side of the what's-a-whoozie thing. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing that hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweet, sweat, tears, and many a sleepless nights. The Drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. From your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capabilities. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. That's a safe distance. Commencing aetheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing aetheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Oh, shit. Alright, sounds good. Yes, you do, Sashera. Alright, so that's Aether 1. That's why you do it with friends, Sashera. You are struck by another powerful blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effect. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Look, I understand no one wants to do fate farming, but it's one of those ones where with the right people with you, you can get through it faster. It's not meant to be a solo venture. It's never meant to be a solo venture. It's meant to be like one that you do with a group of people to help you get through it. Best case scenario, you get it done in like approximately 5 to 15 minutes. Okay, so 5 times 66, so 5 times 6 is 30, 330 minutes. So it will take a few hours. Alright, this is the 4th one. You are struck by the strongest blast of Aether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Alright, please collect. And we return it. You're back from the laundry? Nice work. I am probably going to need to try and stand up again at some point. I'll probably do it during the advertisement. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the derpa off you. Thank you. I shall replenish its Aether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your Aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it. Spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spat of kidnappings, however, we, Arcosadora, travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would appreciate you for your troubles, of course. You can count on me. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east to the Great Work. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Grant, look out! Oh, hello. Yeah. There we go. Did you have to explode like that? No, I'm not resurrecting you this time. Gods! But they gave me a fright! To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters. I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope? Mm-hmm. Good. Let's come on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and by the rise. It doesn't annoy me, Sashera, might I add. It's just because it's one of those cases of I'm not level 12 yet, so I can't, like, resurrect you from where you are. You are left to the bereft of Xerix, wherever he is, so have fun. Ta-ta! Watch as they have to teleport themselves back to an Aether point, and they're gonna be so fucking far away. Here we are. Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to the ancestors. Alright, I'm gonna stand up for a bit, okay? I'm getting up and stretching. Here we go. What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, GrantZeebs.
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute maid outfit and love
Fuck am I going? This way. Cool. I should have muted for that one. Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick. I can. Here we go. Sorry, the big name person like asked me a question. They were like, "Who'd you send it to?" And I like, "These people." You know what Bone wrote? You don't need to say it out loud. You don't need to say it. It's up, dog. What's up with you? Come on, stretch. can't do anything. Oh man, this is supposed to be like just the first time I actually utilized my VR model before for any further modifications. Because if I keep modifying it, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I'll utilize it in the after the next update or the next change I put towards it, and it's like I'd end up not using it, and it'd just be like. Do I have it
probably
as a,
do
as a
need to
command?
go for a walk is what I need to do.
Hold on. Stronger than 1, stronger than 10.
I might actually
stronger
need to
than
do
100
like,
men.
some actual like movements and
An
such rather than
outsider.
just sitting in a
But
chair.
how? By the gods, allies of the Empire! My sincerest
So, yeah.
apologies for failing to
It's like
note
a
your
short
arrival.
walk from like here to the
Cookie for
kitchen.
Sky. Sky.
Won't
look,
like 100% do
rabbit
it. I might need to like
girls.
go for a nice like
Rabbit
15-minute walk or
girls.
something like that.
Hopefully you enjoyed your
Closer
cookie.
to the end of the day, or something.
It was the warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother. May she rest. Fucking try me there. Alright. You know what you need? One of those flip tables where you strap your ankles in and hang upside down for a bit. Maybe. I don't, but how do I unflip myself? That's the question. How do I unflip myself after that? Alright. They're designed to be used solo. Those bars you pull yourself up with.
Thank you, Exfistes Boyox, for the tier 1 gift sub to
Oh my
Sashira.
goodness! Bestest boy, hi! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for gifting a sub to Sash. They'll very much appreciate that after going through like a whole ton of sub like closures and such like that because of the recent price changes to Australian like subs and what have you. Congratulations, Sashira. Yeah, hopefully there's a emote you like at one point. You don't have to deal with the advertisements that pop up, so all should be good. God damn it, Zarek! God damn it, boy! A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once. If you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. So yeah. Oh, hello. So yeah, the person at work's like got into contact with like someone external, and the external person is like, oh hey, like, you know, some of us are still waiting on invites, and they're like, can you give me a list? And I'm like, here's who's been sent an invite. Can they tell me who's waiting? Because I don't magically know everyone, and I can't just rely on a private room of like, because I wish Slack had a way to make it so it's like, oh, members of this channel are members of that channel. It would be nice if that was a thing, but it isn't. So I have to be told who the fuck they need to be added into a channel. Because if they don't give me a list of names, or better yet, a list of emails, then I don't really have a good way of, you know, inviting them in. And at this point, I've just given them a list of, like, everyone that was given to me in an Excel spreadsheet earlier. And I've gone, right.
Yes, that would be Radzat Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
I see what you did there, Velk. You think you're being clever right there? That sounds lazy design. Slack, if you will.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzadhan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzadhan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid
Oh,
towers.
it's him again.
And what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
The fuck is going on with you?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal?
I imagine with gumption.
Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? Actually, hang on a sec before I forget. Damn it, I can't jump from here. Ridic. Ridiculous. This man is standing like a shrimp. His back must be killing. Who's shrimp? Me shrimp? I'm not shrimping right now. I'm trying to do anything but shrimp. I'm trying to actually, like, you know, not have my back all fucked up. Lol, get upskirted.
Zarix Jaeger demands you drink.
Alrighty then, I guess I'm having a sippies. Sippies. And maybe do a little stretch of my legs. There we go. There we are. Grant, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. I thought we were gonna get a medallion for our troubles. You're both back. Excellent. Sorry, I got a notification from... I have a message for you, Mistress Nadidia. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Orianja told everyone about their tempering cure, and Astidian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Grant, loath that I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Grand Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? You can count on me. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand on my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. Sorry, I just had to check in with another person because I remember that there's like one person that is going to be like coming into the office at like 7 p.m. They're not native to our office, so they do not have the swipe card to get in and what have you, which is a bit of a problem because I'm not in the office. None of desktop support is in the office, and they're trying to get into the office after, you know, operating hours. If they wanted to do this, you know, they probably should try and get into the office like before the elevators close and shit. Otherwise, I can't provide them an access pass or update their Sydney one to work with our systems. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Do I have a favorite kind of dessert? Chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. My favorite dessert is chocolate chip cookie dough. And there's like a lot of things you can put that with. Ice cream for one. That's fine, take your time. Work stuff comes first before stream, and stream comes before us. It's one of those cases of this person, like, I knew this person was going to be coming up here, like, today. But the thing is that they weren't coming up until today. So it was one of those cases of, I did not, and because they don't have our I did not have a means of leaving, we can't leave a guest pass in a open area. So our means are either applying their pass, if their pass is compatible with our system, which we can tell when they try and tap onto a door and it fails, you either do that, or you give them an access pass that's, you know, from our systems. But yeah, anywho's. Fun problem solving like that. Okay, so the alchemist or dancer. Okay, so that's over that away, but is most likely above ground, so let's continue on with our work. And then there comes the fun bit where I've not heard back from what's-mahoozies about the guest peeps. Here are our Hamsa, Grant. If the creature looks familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodo. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Hope repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errands take me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us make for the post. We set forth at your word. Cool. Let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My birds and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Oh my goodness, look at us go! Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned, they have a wobbly gait. Look at this wobbly gait. And yes, you're right. It's a little, it's unnecessarily complicated. But the reason for the unnecessity is just because the user was all the way down in Sydney. The LCT and a bunch of us will be there, but easier if mine works. Hang on a second. I know. To the left and require— oh, Jesus, I have not been following up with what they've been talking about. Jesus, they're taking us a far distance. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. It walks like a goose. It walks like something, alright. Certainly something. I don't need to explain myself again. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the Satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regardless. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of the battle, no place for children. Your predecessors too often travel alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow's faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad, whatever happens. My faith is in the satrap and unwavering, but still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will. Not being, thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce GrantZeebs of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. The person is typing. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varsham the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. You actually have a few geese that live on your campus, and they just waddle about. It's very cute. Aww. They just do whatever they want. Sounds like our kangaroos, quite frankly. Alright, looks like she's typing. Alrighty, we now gotta talk to the outpost geese. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. What, they want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Okay, looks like they just sent a message. First one is attack, the second, and next to attack. Dink. Ding. Donk. Ah, okay, so that... Sorry, I just gotta do some more work. I'm sorry to say, chat. Sorry. Okay, this is odd. All right, there we go. Hopefully they'll be happy. They listed like 3 people, and I'm gonna be real with you, like all 3 of them have already been invited, and they were previously like single channel guests rather than being like their organization link. I don't know why it was done this fashion, but I very much am in the mood of like when we are done, just cutting out every single external person from our Slack, so then that way, in the future, if someone is being sent in from an organization, we go, right, their organization needs to be invited as an external connection, not as a single channel guest. Alrighty, you there. Curse me, blah, 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 blah. None of this is important. Same everywhere with every nation. Nope, nothing important. Cool. We are already well ahead of you. You. Alrighty. Oh. Why do I have a mention? Oh, the mention is because... Alright, cool. Oh my goodness, and that's work. there. Damn it, there's a Keck W. Oh, Elon, no, you know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen. And he would, you know what? He would have the goal. He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certain 100%. You can clip me on this one, so I have to stand by this. If Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. That's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake. He'd be a pro.
Damn it! I wish.
Oh! Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need. Oh!
I win.
Yes! Nice work. Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? You can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes! Oh, thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I'd win. Oh shit! Hey, Griffin!
Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like just congratulations, Cap, and Cap is just like, nah, I'd win. And then Peter Griffin. Oh my god. Don't say it. Don't say it, Grant. You know what Bone wrote. You don't need to say it out loud. You don't need to say it. It's up, dog. What's up with you? Wait, this isn't simple and clean. What fucking intro is this? I thought every game opened with simple and clean. Everything we're seeing just there should just be simple and clean. Would you give me too many things? Maybe, like saving $200 a month in my normal thingy-majiggy. So 625. So 625 minus $200, which means that even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, so because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. Even if I only get rid of like 2/3 of my takeaway budget, then there's an additional $450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that, and that is before I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper. Stronger than 1, stronger than 10, stronger than 100 men. An outsider? But how? By the gods! Allies of the Empire! My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. Cookie for Sky. Sky, look! Rabbit girls. Rabbit girls. Hopefully you enjoyed your cookie. It was the warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest. This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to oogle zebra titties.
Oogle. Oogle before the zebra titties. Meow. Meow. Hang on a second, let me look my keyboard out so I can do like, so I can drag it across the desktop. Watch this nonsense. am I going? This way. Cool. I should have muted for that one.
Okay,
Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please click it real quick. I can. This is like okay. The little like toggles for like the GoPro, like the thingy-majiggy to go into the GoPro, they've broken. So now it goes in without the little, and it comes out like just as easily. God damn it. They're in at least, but it's one of those problems where like if I actually no, never mind. It's fine as it is. It's just like you know when you have those like little, you know how you have that like the little seatbelt clip looking thing, or like you know the little clips on your backpack, how it's like just a, and the little like side things, like it's broken off. I'll take a picture just to give you context to what it is. But yeah, okay, so the person that called me, the person that called me is a desktop support guy, and he knew that, and it was like, oh hey, I need you, could you do something quick for me? And I wanted to do it as a call, and like the reason he did it as a call was so then that way, where's my, there we go. The reason he did it as a call was so then that way I got paid for the after hours. It would be like there would be a call record for, hey, I picked up a phone call and I'm gonna get at least like 15 minutes of pay from it. Alrighty then. You have a GoPro. Did your clip decide to break? Yeah, it's like the 2 prongs. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, GrantZeebs originally receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not. The path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east upon the Hamsa. You will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Alrighty, let's mount the what's-in-the-whoosies. Ooh, Aether Current. Alright, grab the Aether Current while I'm here, and then we'll head back and pick up the dodo again. Don't mind us, you're talking about fishing. Thank you for just having a very fun time. There we go. Alright, we're heading to... I don't know where we're heading. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Oh my god, it's that little tiny spot there. Okay, then. Wait, are you talking about literal fish, not just MMO fishing? You're talking about literal... You're talking about literal fish? What the fuck? Also, I now need to double check if I've got it this... Okay. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the What's-My-Who's-He flies off. Yep, cool. Sounds good. Excellent. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the Trier, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant's Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. Nice. Oh my god! Triple Triad! Look, chat, it's Triple Triad! Zarex has more knowledge on fish keeping than I do, and I'm picking his brain. Don't at me. Loaded. Alright, prepare to get munted. Damn it. Still my win. Give me a car, damn you. Why is there new... Oh, it's because someone started streaming. Okay. Okay, if I didn't get you in the first two, I'm probably not going to get you anytime soon. Alright, moving on. I can already feel Sashera just sort of gripping their keyboard and just sort of being like, Grant! You gotta keep up with the MSQ, Grant! Grant! You bully! I can't do Sashera's voice, I'm gonna be real. Ow! I don't know how to do Sashera's voice. I don't know how to sound, like, just femininely annoyed with things. The impression is something else. Again, I do not know how to do... I don't know how to do that tone of voice where it's like, it's feminine, but it's also, like, just annoyed with everything around you, like the mom from My Family, or you know, Y'shtola in Final Fantasy XIV. There we go. Wait, can I just... Yeah, I can just teleport. That's probably the better way of doing this. Say, actually, hang on a second. Ethereal compass. 159 to the east. Alrighty. Brum, brum, brum. God damn it. Is it? Oh my god, it's that place, isn't it? Oh, cool, it's right here. Thank Christ. Aether. Why are you giving me that look, Sash, huh? Why are you giving me that look? Oh no, they're gaining on me. We're gonna intercept in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There they are. Dun, dun. You're actually planning on setting up a new fish tank next week, actually? You're hoping to stock it with freshwater pufferfish. Are the pufferfish the one that, like, you know, they inflate and they get filled with, like, a nauseous, hallucinogenic, and so the dolphins have been purposely, been poking them to make them inflate, and then they get high? Is it that one? Ah, welcome back, Grant. Dare I hope you have a giant goal? Yep. Here you go. Also, hand. Right, there we go. Oh my, such fine specimen. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please, take your ease while you can. Guppies. I thought guppies was just a made-up term. I didn't know that was an actual fish. Wait, was that Liss? Oh, no, it wasn't. For a second there, I thought it was Liss that ran past us. Why are we walking over here?
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Oh, hey, Thancred.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed.
Okay, chat. Question. What is the likelihood that Thancred in Dawn Trail is going to have his Aether thingamadiggy fixed so that he can become the new Viper class? You love your guppies. You have one that is a pattern of blue and orange that you name Joy-Con because they're very close to Joy-Con colors. Nice. Guppies refer to two things: small juvenile fish and a species, specific species common in the aquarium trade. Ah, okay. Close to 0, Zarek says, but at least Sage tells me 37. I don't think they would, not after all this time. It would be like restoring your Stolish sight. I don't know. Okay, maybe not. Okay, I guess.
I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
Because it's not like blind, like it... I'll probably need to go through it again, like what his actual issue is.
All this effort was for naught.
Because, like, his is, like, a bit of a weird detriment, where it's, like, the actual Aether flow is
of the Far East, of
like, it can't flow out correctly.
Children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think.
Or maybe the Viper doesn't have, like, Aether nonsense going on with it.
Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering.
Did you have to
An
use
utterly
the word
vile
orgy?
and unforgivable idea.
Did you have to use the word orgy? I don't think you needed to.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
God damn it.
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Would you rather he used a gangbang? No! No, it would not be better!
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear.
Interesting, Estinian.
Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Mm-hmm. That's... Pervert. And he disappeared.
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
He most likely will be trying to stop it.
The vessel holds! This is the one!
Oh?
At long last!
What do you think are the chances that this vessel is going to break when it actually goes to, like, a proper test?
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments!
Nice.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, nice! It's got the different elements from all the different Umbral calamities, and it looks like an unaspected one at the top here.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear.
It seems like Prey is going full into Final Fantasy XIV.
It is an invention
Nice!
of historical significance.
Where are they right now? Hang on a second. I need to close some tabs. Cool. Wait, are they still streaming? No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like they are. Where are they? Aw, they're not streaming anymore. Damn it, I thought they were still streaming. You just saw his tweet? Oh yeah, he turned into a Rothgar. Because of the benchmark program and because you had like a character customizer, Prey cracked. Before A Realm Reborn finished, they became a Rothgar. They paid for the Fantasia rather than waiting for the Fantasia to become available to them for free. They fell under pressure. Instead of rewarding themselves for a job well done, They went and got in Fantasia. The injustice of it all. I was patient. The furry agenda spreads. You know what? It's because the female Rothgar is available, and it's coming full circle. Okay, like we don't give a shit about furry dudes. You know what people give a shit about is furry women. It's an easier pill to swallow by looking like Judy Hopps from Zootopia than looking like Nick Wilde in video games. You're slowly corrupting Poxmox to join us too? They were having fun with the benchmark create. Ah, nice. Plenty of people care about male Rothgars, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, that's true. It is a very berry species, but I'm talking about the wider appeal. In the wider appeal of normies to furry species, it's usually the females.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
Ooh.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place. To accompany me to the Tower of Zot.
Oh, you're coming with us? I thought you would have, like, someone
Should the
entirely
scale
different.
prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me.
What if we
or
held
knock me
hands
senseless.
as a treat?
Okay, hopefully, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Let's hope it's effective.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
Pretty sure they do.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Just wish Square would let us see Rothgars and Vieras wearing hats. Someone has apparently in the benchmark, one of the Vieras was wearing a hat that was like meant for, that they weren't normally meant to. And apparently the workaround they've done for the Viera is they just shrunk the hat. Let me get the tweet. Hang on a second. There's a lot of Dawn Trail. Sorry, that's Twitch. Where's Twitter? Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me my Twitter. And then I gotta go to my profile. It should be under my likes. Give me a second. Furry, furdo, boobs, boobs, cat, joke, giant woman, high, cosplay, boobs, custodians, dick, boobs, boobs, more benchmark jokes, benchmark, custodians, meme, a cool looking thing, meme, Rothgar, muscle, load, muscle, boobs, boobs, bear, meme, meme, boobs, 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 give me a moment, boobs, boobs, Rothgar cat, cat, boobs, ass, sniffer, cat, boobs, boobs. Okay, I've kind of gone past the Dawn. Okay, hang on a second. Dawn Trail hat. Give me a minute. It's in my queue somewhere. Shrunk. Alright, give me a second. I'm just gonna scroll down this thing normally then. GrantZeebs notifications. Where is it? Where is the silly tiny hat? I swear it's here. Okay, that's just funny. Where are you? They're so, like... Where is this one? Okay, you know what? Let me just get an image. Save image as. Let me just get my image, because that's probably in the thingy-madiggies. One moment, please. Rather than having to, like, scroll through however many, like, you know, my Twitter feed, I have put so much work in my Twitter feed not being doom scrolly, hence the boobs. And let me just get you a screenshot. Alrighty then, so. Ding, 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 ding. Where's the thingy? Put it all the way down here. Alrighty, Yonk. Alright, so I want you to pay attention to this. Yonk. Now, here we have a black mage, and then look over to the left. Do you see that? Do you see that hat? Does it look like a hat? Look, I don't know. I just, like, there it is there. That's what they were talking about. Tiny hat. Alright, tiny hat. There you go. Let me just reset the transformation. Also, I've not done any, like, character... Also, look, alpacas. So yeah, that was my score for 1440p extreme settings. I passed the extremely high. I'm pretty pleased with myself. But yeah, green burb. So yeah. But yeah, you know how everyone's like, oh my god, like, being on Twitter is terrible. There's all this news. There's all this terrible news and, you know, people getting pregnant and getting married and it's absolutely terrible and I'm just doom scrolling. It's like, here's what you need to do. Change what you're following, okay? Don't follow any friends unless they're, like, you know, worthwhile friends to follow and what have you. If your friend is just gonna be dooming glooming the entire time and you can't help them, like, I don't know. I think for your mental health's sake, don't follow them on Twitter. Keep them as a friend on Discord and all that kind of other stuff. Don't like, you know, don't get sucked into their little platform of, like, saying nothing but bad news and being unable to, like, just have a retweet of, like, some of the silly things that happen on stream or something or rather. So that's your first bit. The second bit, follow some meme accounts, okay? You follow accounts for memes and get yourself some boobies. Alright? Because no one has been, like, you know... No one has been hasn't been, like, you know, absolutely devastated because of a pair of boobies or ass on stream. You hate doomscrolling, you get enough stress from what you're studying at college. Exactly. Just follow some boobs, okay? Follow some ass and titties, follow some memes, and before you know it, your For You page is gonna be it's gonna have a great mix of people really proud of their work, giving you shit posts such as Helldivers 2 and Pearson just being like, another settlement needs our help, I'll mark it on your map. And most recently, everyone just sharing a picture of their female Rothgar and a picture of their cat. Because apparently that's how everyone is making their femme goths, is they're just emulating their cat. Good for them. Yours is awful. It's all artists, but despite that, it's only AI anger, but your Insta is S tier. Nice. You know what this means? You just need to adjust your, you just need to adjust the whatsamahoozy. You just need to adjust your feed slowly and surely. Like, just start moving some of the artists into a list, so then that way they can kind of be part of your algorithm, but they're not, like, in the friends list algorithm. I should probably stop being on Twitter any longer, because I am still going through a lot of ass and titties right now. Alright, here we go. Your Twitter's chill, you just post art and leave. Nice. That's the attitude you should have with your Twitter. Don't use it as a news source. Just...
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away.
ass and titties. We'll keep an eye on those.
Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind
Sash.
for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Don't be upset just because your Twitter isn't a doom... You have work in an hour. Okay, fine. Fine, we'll try and get through something, okay?
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat.
Do you want to do it Eden's
and we can
Gate?
set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Do you know if we're gonna get up to a dungeon with this quest line? Because I don't know if we are. Like, if I look at the Endwalker quest line, I'm pretty sure there's... Yeah, there's nine thingy-madiggies. And we're currently at the tipping of the sail. So we're at the second last one. So, maybe... Alright, let's have a look. No, don't hurt me. Move your bunny butt. Alrighty, come on. Here we go. I'm slowly getting there faster than Sashera. Look at me go. Look at me zipping around. Look at... Oh, let's see. Are they gonna detour? No, they're overtaking me! Damn it! Alright, let's see. Are they gonna adjust their course? Okay, looks like they are. Looks like they are. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board it and be on our way. And, if I somehow become corrupt, do not stray your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessed are the one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Alright, we're heading to the Tower of Zot.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Shouldn't you, like, wear that around your neck or something like that?
Any moment now.
Alright, do we want to start slowing down, then?
It's working!
That's...
And you...
The music tells me
you are still
otherwise,
yourself?
but I'm
Then I'd like
hoping,
to see how
you
it
know,
fares closer to the tower if we could.
Oh.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Will that work, though? Because it looks like it's having some, like, ding-dong moments. I don't know if...
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
The music does not give me
Now
hope.
we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Yes, you want to post your art. Believe it or not, Twitter algorithmic... Oh, what the fuck? Shit. Problem. Oh, she's gonna become like a instance or something like that, isn't it? Ooh. They're getting absorbed into the tower. Kind of knew that already, but...
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Daniel.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Should have known. The music was not a positive one. And right now they're getting absorbed.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking.
You know of it?
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
You're coming up with weird names
My
of
patrons of
suicide.
old would have positively squealed in delight. Though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old? We kind of needed that.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Fandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me.
Okay.
Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
I know who you were before you were Fandaniel.
I have it on good authority. You've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Yes.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Oh, cool.
At your service.
Wait, what?
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter, we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards.
This area looks familiar.
Always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Okay, I recognize this thing. This person.
Heed me, Amon.
Hey, okay, cool.
No matter
Zende.
how
I have his
vast
card. I
one's
have his triple
empire,
triad thing.
Or full one's treasure vault.
This is
All
from
is rendered meaningless by death.
World of Darkness, or it's from a
In
raid.
the end, all is lost.
I'm pretty sure it's from a raid.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim
Emmett.
you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
Okay, so Emmett Selch is the last
Send
of
one
the
your
quote-unquote
clones to the crystal
Unsunder,
tower that you might see
which
for
means
yourself.
that he existed like
See
prior
what
to
lies
all the
ahead.
calamities hitting the source. The Fandaniel here, the Fandaniel that we know, that we're seeing right now, he's Asundered, which means that he only exists because
The fall
he was
of the
introduced
Empire affirmed
like
the truth.
after one of the calamities.
Majestic and tragic.
You
as the
have met
Emperor
Amon
foresaw.
before? Did I meet him in like a
Scheme as you like.
a raid
Build
or a
as you will.
dungeon?
Nothing endures.
Because
What is
Zande
life?
I recognize, but
But a brief jaunt
not
ending
Amon.
in emptiness.
It's a raid. Okay. It was probably during one of my like offline raids that I just never properly took notice of. Yeah. Alright, so... Amon became Fandaniel prior to the events of the Third Calamity? Which is why he's considered a Sundered, is because he's not an Ascian prior to all the thing.
I almost left without saying farewell.
Oh my god. Bastard.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
You'll remember his hat. That's cryptic. No. But yeah, so the reason he's Sundered is because he's not like an Ascian prior to all the calamities that were hitting the source. He's only an Ascian because he was given like the Ascian soul and shit like that after the third calamity. Ah, you've returned, but where is Mistress Nidhara? Manusa Preserve. Just when we have succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the Great Works. Oh, hey there, Davy boy. Donk. He is an Ascian. Because he's a Sundered sort of soul of the or what is left of Fandaniel, his memories of his past return to him, but his return to him by the Unsundered. Yeah, so yeah, so he's a fragment. Similar to the difference between Emmett and Fandaniel is that, or I guess La Habrea I think was also one of the Unsundered, quote unquote. The reason being was because... Oh, you know what? I could just be... I'm an idiot. So the reason La Habrea and Emmett Selch would be seen as Unsundered is because they were a soul of the Convocation, but they weren't like split or anything like that with the 13 fragments and all that kind of nonsense. Something goes awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Ding dong. I'm also in my Discord if anyone was curious. Within the party, I mean. Oh, Nidhana, no. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, right? Mm-hmm. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Probably is, like, probably a good way to get them out. As alchemists, this is how we will help. Alright, disable the auto advance because I missed some of that tidbit nonsense. My friends, the satrap has been made wary of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the productions of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of thingamajiggies. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to GrantZeebs for an audience with His Excellency? Hey Sash, how much time do you have left? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our clans can only be at the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Alright, here we go. Okay, so... Alright, yeah, fastest ways. Actually, can we use you to get somewhere quickly? No, that will take us the wrong direction. Alright, here we go. Should have enough time. Hopefully so. Do remember that we still have to, like, get to the location. Hopefully with crow flies we'll get there in time. You don't have to be at the office until 2. It's 12 now, and your office is a 5-minute drive away. Ah, okay. Oop, well that thing is... Oh, sweet! Expected delivery is the 16th. Okay, so that's tomorrow. Nice. Oh, hang on, I gotta kill these things. Knowing my luck, I only need to kill 2 of these. Oh, I only need to kill 1 of them. Amazing. That's even fewer. I got myself a sack of nuts. Where's the nuts? Also, I should probably eat one of these. There we go. Where's my nuts? Ah, there we go. 12 sack of nuts. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert and strict restrictions are in place of entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of GrantZeebs.
Alright, I'm gonna stand up for a bit and just get a quick stretch in. Ugh. Ugh. God damn it. Back. Come
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
You took a admin role so it's a lot less stressful? Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. I remember donating blood and just sitting there for a while.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
Found a clip of all time for Grant. Thank you. It's kind of like old Dodge.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet.
Yeah, look, it reminds me of old Dodge just a little bit.
Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Alrighty. Where's my nuts?
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Why are one of my client files having a problem?
Here we are. Megaduta.
Uh-huh. It's probably just like a OneDrive thingy-majiggy for all I know. It's just a OneDrive race condition.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan.
Uh-huh.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale.
I thought the Ostrap was a dragon.
Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Because weren't they talking about, like, the, like, dragons and shit, and that they were sort of our form of government here, or something? Yeah, that.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Estidian?
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
There's a dragon behind the curtain, isn't there?
He hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Why does that voice sound familiar?
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
I'm guessing...
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Are you related to Nidhogg by any chance?
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Okay, that would explain it. You're right.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Huh, okay.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told GrantZeebs had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
I am a smart zebra some days.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors
It's not my
of the
fault, I just
Matanga
know how
came
this
to
shit
the island
works.
and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict.
Huh, cool.
A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into GrantZeebs.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
Oh my goodness. Who would ever want to do that?
I would not be the flame which consumed
Who would ever go to war with a dragon in interest of their power and stealing their blood and their eyes? Who would plunge an entire nation into hyper-religiousness and begin a cycle of violence? Who would? You mean I was clearly alluding to like fucking Ishgard. I was clearly alluding to the fucking hyper-religious Christians. Those ones. Big sip. Stickies. Well, did that go over the Final Fantasy people? I thought I was making a very relevant point of the whole, like, you know, it was just like, oh my gosh, who would possibly have done this? And then just stare at Astinian. Unfortunately, Astinian's not in the shot right now, but I very much just want to do like a, you know, a slow turn to Astinian. Oh no, you got, cool. Awesome. Nice. Moving on.
Your eye. It was taken.
God, nothing gets past you, Astinian.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh.
What?
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
So, you're a surrogate.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Damn, Astinian, nothing.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses.
I think Astidian's
Though
just
'twas
racist.
short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered.
Or that. It could be more that. It could have just been more the case of, yes, Astidian and Nidhogg, like, just, you know, doing the whole fusey-woozies and then splitties-purties, but still...
From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs.
What you implying?
That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of GrantZeebs. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and reach this foul spire.
Right?
Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Still need the talisman.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Paddlethan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Imagine.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Oh, god damn you. Seriously, we have to go all the way back? Yep.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of GrantZeebs, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
Nice work. Bystinian.
I am in thy debt.
Oh, don't worry. We're still balancing Astidian's leisure as we go along. Like, he did some things, and we still have to question whether or not you somehow killed Discord. How the fuck did you do that? Okay, my Discord is still alive. Thank Christ. Ugh. Ah, cool. Rabbits. And some random geese. Nice. Cool. Awesome. Oh, hey, boobies. Alrighty, ding dong. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zolt. And if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aether right here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. Alrighty, we got... hang on. What? Great. Okay, well, I've attuned to this one here. I've attuned to that one there. So... ding, dong, habing, habong. Alright, this ways. Opened up one post in Discord, absolutely hated it. Lol. Here we go. Just as I was getting used to Bolnithanyar, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battle to come. Everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Alrighty, cool. In the Dark of the Tower. That sounds like a quest to do. Since there have been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our relative locales? Also, did I adjust Sashera's permission so she can just... Yes, I did. Excellent. So she should be able to, like, just waltz in with no problems into my Discord.
Your time in thin air has certainly been eventful.
It was honestly fun.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
I imagine they want us to just hit a big
The
red
towers
button.
appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
I agree. Sorry, I just accidentally spit.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself.
Nice.
The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core.
Get in, Sash!
Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk.
Come on.
But it
Final
should
Fantasy
bolster
XIV.
our
Come on.
chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin. If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is
I was
to carry
putting
it
clothes
out.
on, so I'm ready to jump up and go when I need to jump up and go. What?
Let us make our
I thought you already
preparations
were ready
and
to
regroup
jump
near
up
the
and
tower.
go when you talked about it like an hour ago.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient
sitting in
staging.
your PJs in the afternoon.
That sounds perfect.
Is my headset
And
not working?
remember, the experimental etherite at the confluence is
Yeah, it
there
would work
for
better
those
if I
who
turned it
need
on.
it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Ooh, Zyrex is edgy.
Zarek's going as critical edge.
Pretty much.
Critical edge. Glenstorm. Alrighty, speak at the What's-in-the-Whoozy hatchery over in Ilbad using the Great Work teleport. Jesus Christ, this is gonna be an expensive one.
Wee.
Ugh. Ugh. Oh, that doesn't. Ugh. You know when you do like a burp or something like that, and it's just like, oh, it feels like it's got stomach acid in it.
Ugh, I hate that.
Ugh. Yeah.
So what happened to Oran?
Hang on a second. Where are they? They didn't log off, did they?
Doesn't look like it.
No, it doesn't. They probably just teleported elsewhere, perhaps. They'll be fine. And once again, I'm like...
TT 351 JM demands you drink.
Thank you for the head pats, TT. Alright, let me grab my water. Actually, I'm gonna just... try and sit up a little bit straighter while I take this drink. What the fuck is with my back? It just wants to slump, and it's like terrible. There we go. Wee. Yeah. If it wasn't like a week or two.
Oh.
If it wasn't just like a week or two of like sore inner thigh, it has to be my lower back. Terrible. I just need to get back into exercise again. Oh, he's doing triple triad right now. Ah, okay.
I just like how we're like, where did Davy Boy go? Cards.
Cards. Ah, our friend of Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Cool.
Oh, good. We should be finished just in time.
Nice.
Wee.
We could try and do it unsynced, because so long as we don't like rush through the cutscenes, it should be okay.
It'll be fine. It'll be like 20 minutes tops.
Okay, cool. I will try not to fuck up.
You'll be fine.
Alright, sounds good. So yeah. Oh,
besides, the last time I said 20 minutes tops was when I did a dungeon with Dazzy, and Dazzy decided to stand in all of the mechanics, and then it didn't take 20 minutes.
Well, I promise you I don't try to do that on purpose.
No, I know. I just, it's Dazzy.
If this is the future of Aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, should we still call you Vashahand, I suppose? Indeed. It would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well, then. For our part, we have humbled that you are that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals.
Oh, hell no.
In that case, they're all yours from now on. Ah, but I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we'll divide into two groups. One will be healers. Grant and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtlessly want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. Thavnarian. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnia, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Hi there, Cap. Welcome to the stream. Okay, Cap, before I drag you into Zebra streaming, your Fugi reactive is set up, right? Hopefully it's set up. Because I've made this mistake last time, and someone just was like, you know, tits out or something in their profile icon, and I just had to take a moment and be like, ding, enter with other players, Tower of Zot, join. It's basically instant.
Whee!
Whee! Tower of Zot.
Yay, Flesh Tower.
I appreciate they didn't go like 100% fleshy, but it's still weirdies. Yeah, it's good. Nope, that cool. Fair enough. Click, drag. There we go. Set the thing in a diggy, and away we go.
Be final on my fantasy until I have 14.
Is it really final if it's their 14th?
Probably not. But hey, I have the good news.
You have the good news?
I am now a Crystal Crony.
A what?
I set my homeworld to fucking Goblin.
Ah, okay, nice.
Ooh. Wait, why am I doing single part?
It means I can do this at any time.
I'm expecting a message, but doesn't look like it.
Might because we're in an instance.
Yeah.
Okay, these guys are a little bit tough.
Oh, I was wondering why I was seeing the Astrologian auto attack flare, and then I remembered that fucking Arianje's here. Oh no!
Oh no!
In Uber Danger we trust.
It's the Manusia. I don't know if I'm saying
it just kind of jumped off the. Okay.
Orianja gave a melee card to the healer. He's trolling.
Surprise.
I just realized I can't help you with the next instance.
Because I wait, there's another instance after this?
Not directly after.
Okay.
Yeah, no, only have warrior at 90. There's no 80s.
Oopsie.
I need to fix that.
Ah.
Hang on. Oh, I can fix this.
No, you're fine.
I just quickly used bloodletting. Is it? Wait, blood wetting. There we go.
God damn it, stop bending through my shields in 2 seconds, you butts.
Also, I found a good like hotbar setup for like keybinds and stuff that means you don't have to go all the way to fucking 0 and plus and minus to get your shit. Let me send you it through.
Yeah, send it to me in the video games chat, because I bet there's a few FF14 people that might appreciate it. Because I know Code has experimented with the use of a controller, and he's very much enjoyed the use of that for dungeons as a healer, so...
Yeah, I really need to go through and do the controller setup, because right now I've got pretty much everything goes up to the maximum of 4 or 5. And then I've got a bunch of mouse click ones, which is not ideal, but I like my mouse clicks.
Okay, so Manchuria is the... Oh, shit. That's probably not the correct one, but fuck it.
That's alright, that's what the shield's for.
Hey, the BG Games chat.
I was waiting to see if Davey was gonna come in. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna stand here and black mage, fuck it.
Oh, Davey's black maging right now?
Yeah. He just stood there like, nope, I'm black mage, fucking just heal me.
Healer adjust.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Oh, none of us are gonna get...
You know what? I'm gonna take that hit, I have to.
So you guys have played the benchmark already, right?
I ran it, I got a really high score, I have not made any characters.
I got the very high score, because my computer only has 16 gigs of RAM. Nice. Need to fix that, but I need like a whole motherboard to do that. Either way.
Actually, that might be why my score's not quite as high, because I only have 16 gig of RAM.
16 gig of RAM is fine for video games a lot of the time.
It's fine, but like with like as we're moving forward into the technological age, they do might be better. Oh, also I pre-ordered Dawn Trail as soon as I finished the benchmark.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's uh-oh? Oh,
I mean,
Davey Black Mage too hot. DPS brained. Yeah.
And so now my current like hotbar layout actually is like super good. I actually have onslaught close to my like fingers.
Nice.
Yeah, so I can you know, close gaps and shit.
My onslaught is like still C4, so I'm just like, oh, let me just click it on the hotbar.
Asking.
Oh, Zarek's DPS
Oh
too
no!
Who's your favorite Scion?
Estinian?
Ooh. Very, very good idea. No, idea? Come on. Come on, Cap. Come on. Very... Shit, come on. Think with your brain.
Words will
Good
come
choice.
to you. Yep.
Sorry, I only woke up like 20 minutes ago.
You're fine.
Good.
I did have a chuckle yesterday. I think. Because I was doing a trial with Tatsu.
Yep.
And complete just Reaper shenanigans, and all I see is the Reaper like blink past me, and then off the edge of the arena, and all he says in chat is "bruh." I was like, yeah, that's a mood.
Real Dragoon moments.
go.
Good shit.
All right, no spoilers for Grant, but Sash, have you gotten up to date with patch quests?
Yes.
What do you think?
I
have I think I've got one more to go, like one more patch to go or two, but I'm enjoying very much.
It is very good.
Hmm.
I'm a little bit like, how do I explain this? One of the characters' excuses being, I'm gonna go this way, and I'm like, really?
Oh,
that was the reasoning.
Okay. I was wondering why I listened to my helmet. It looked like it called it a mask, but it's putting in the bracelet slot of all things.
Again, I'm spacing out apparently.
I'm not DPSing very well.
To be fair, this dungeon, for whatever reason, just goes a little too hard, even at this level.
Really?
I think that was the general consensus from the community anyway, if I'm right.
Is this Zod or Babel?
Zod.
Yeah, Zod's a bit, you know.
Like, it's considering it's the first instance in the expansion, it was like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
Why does everything hit like a truck?
Because I do not remember first instances being, you know, going this hard.
Like, look at your health.
I am. That's why I like.
And I've got full regen on you.
This is why I'm like using bloodletting and my infuriate or inner release like anytime I can, because it's like, oh, I kind of need to.
Damn, you got decimate on 9?
Because I click it.
Jeez.
Watch as I just click.
Or I got it on like shift 4.
Again, I just click it. It's that simple.
Yeah. Insane.
Clicking things. Who'da thunk in an MMORPG? You just click things.
Yeah.
Equilibrium.
Hypertuned to be like.
Oh, okay. Oh, hang on. That's not everyone. There we go.
Do the spinnies. There you go.
Oh, Grant, have you met the elephants?
Yeah, I had to meet the elephants.
You like the elephants?
The elephants are alright.
I love Nirvana.
Matsuya.
Matsuya, that's their name.
He's a good boy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my, this is what I mean. Like, I have full regen on you, it's just not enough.
And there's moments like those where I'm just like, oh, okay, let me just do the bloodletting thing. And then here I go, ready to infuriate once again.
Like, I should be able to DPS in here, I can't.
I feel like I can't, and that's what makes me feel bad. It's like, oh, like, tanking, but barely doing the hits I feel. And I don't think I'm not under-geared or anything like that. Like...
No, it's just this instance is rough.
So yeah, because...
Yeah, I've always...
Go on.
Go ahead, Grant. Oh, okay, I've always thought it weird that, light is the energy of stasis rather than the energy of growth. It just sort of like I get it's sort of like red light, green light rules. Like when you're seen, you stop, and when you're, you know, unseen, you move. But still, you know, lighting flowers and shit.
I don't know.
Photosynthesis.
I maybe it's just a case of like, oh, what lurks in the dark or some shit like that. So, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Straight off the bat with the tank buster, why not?
Granted, I did, like, just, you know, right at the get-go hit ramparts before I, did my onslaught, but I still panicked and was like, oh, let me do another tank stance. Alrighty, do my inner release to get some more DPSing. Guess what? DPS even more.
You know what I love about the patch quest, though?
What do you love?
The references.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I was in the wrong spot.
Yeah, you just kind of have to suffer for a minute.
Yep, cool, that's fine. It did exactly what I would have done if I like was in character. It's just like, oh yeah, let me do we keep attacking or?
You're fine to attack.
Okay.
This is my check, unfortunately. Also, a don't stand with your friends check.
Noted. Ah, oh, damn it, I used it at the wrong time. Oh.
You guys look funny.
Here we go to again, into the dimensional anus.
Confusion.
Ah, damn it, the inner release fell off.
I really like the designs of the bosses of the Zot.
I nearly pressed shirk.
That's why you don't have your buttons clickable. Instead, you have them tappable.
Alright, hang on. I'm gonna go over here.
That's a good thing to know, Velk.
If you use the Infuriate abilities with your blood, then your healing will auto-crit as well, should you need that. Wait, which one's the Infuriate?
Yeah.
Oh,
Infuriate's your,
inner release. Yeah, okay.
No, Infuriate's the one that gives you 50 beast points. And, like, gives you the funny move.
I am not looking forward to the final boss.
Understandable.
I feel like I'm gonna have a hard time with that one.
Oh my. Oh wow, that looks worse than I thought.
What looks worse?
Spoilers.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I'm honestly glad that out of all the different games I've played and such, I've not gotten spoilers for Final Fantasy XIV very much. I've always been my own reason for why I've seen things, such as like Xenos being like a test of your skills or whatever the fuck.
A test of your reflexes.
So, but thankfully, like, makes no sense to me seeing it because all I see is the hamster meme. And I was like, alright, I'm just gonna keep it at that, where I just see a Stydian throwing a hamster at me.
I'm very mad that I got spoiled for the Graha twist.
Oh, that's the worst too, because that's such a good twist.
I was going through it when the Crystal Tower was a requirement. Oh shit! Oh fuck me!
The Crystal Tower is still a
remember
requirement,
how I said shit in here? Hits hard grit.
Yep, I remember that. That's why I did the bloodletting. Thank you for the initial heals, though.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I am Scholar, I baby.
You know what this is? You know what this patch quest is?
Oh no! Please DPS harder.
I'm DPSing as hard as I can, and I used Home Gang as well.
Oh no!
You have healing abilities. Use them.
They're just babies though, compared to something like a white mage. I make shields, not heals.
Use equilibrium, fool.
Okay. I am.
I forgot.
No, I'm talking to Grant.
I forgot about equilibrium. I'm gonna be real with you. I honestly forgot about.
I am the greatest warrior main of all time.
So yeah, here's the order of operation. I panic, I hit bloodletting, I did my AoEs, I left Sash on her own, I then realized, oh, Home Gang. So I used Home Gang, didn't use bloodletting until a little later on,
And then finally, after, you know, Sash got me through the most of it, I then used Equilibrium.
What, like, you've got all of your abilities in such weird places. How do you keep track?
I don't. That's the honest news. I honestly don't. You're gonna
wait. I need you to watch. I needed you to watch that video, homeboy.
Like, I have my skill bar divided up into, like, I guess, utility. Like, my bottom row is DPS, my second row is my GCD healing.
Look, at least my 1, 2, 3 is 1, 2, 3.
I'm sending you...
fair. Uh-oh.
I'm sending you my hotbar, just to, like, show off.
Oh, I love how TT says, Sash, stop dying. Sash has not died once.
I'm trying! No bully.
No bully.
Besides, I'm not the one dying, Grant's the one dying, I just can't keep up.
Oh, this thing?
I say that, this is like half of my fun.
So yeah, what does this all say? But what is it, giggle? It is hilarious in groups of mods, it's just a full heal. Ah, okay.
I have my dashes on page up, page down. I don't think I'm allowed to say anything. Okay, look, you could be worse. You could be moving around with ASD.
What's wrong with WASD?
Look, don't ask me why Daniel doesn't use W to go forward. I don't know.
Why would he do that? Is he stupid?
Like, he uses S to move forward, and then A and D is left and right, and then Q, W, E, R is additional skills.
Ah, okay. That one's actually, that's an interesting way of doing it, considering it's like 1, 2, 3, 4s, and you can't really go up, because then you're hitting function keys.
Right. I mean, he's played like that for years, so it must work for him, but it's still just, every time he's like, can you help me with this? And I'm like, sure, and then I sit down at his computer, I'm like, why am I not moving?
I feel like,
for fuck's sake.
I love how Velk writes wrong, objectively wrong. The only reason it's objectively wrong is because there's all the other games we play that's not an MMO, like, you know, Call of Duty, for instance. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower!
Because that's not suspicious looking at all.
Looks like an elephant.
I mean...
See, I told you it'd be like 20 minutes. It's been 20 minutes.
Nice.
Smash! Yeah, smash.
Are you guys really just rolling past on all these things? Think of the desynthesis. Think of the seals.
I'm hitting greed.
Oh, you just have shit greed.
Apparently.
I entirely, like...
Kitty cat first, please. Yeah, true.
I do not know what fucking desynth is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask.
Desynthesis. It is a crafter skill where you can desynthesize, so uncraft, weapons and armor given to you. So you could... Oh my god, what the fuck? Can I target that woman? Where do I go? What do I do?
Mind River.
Also, Sash, I love this pale woman. I love her so much. She's great.
Me?
The pale woman.
Oh, shh!
Wait, do we focus on... Oh, Jesus Christ. Orin! Oh, shit. Am I meant to be targeting them?
Yeah, so it's one at a time. Oh wait, isn't it supposed to be Cinder first because she's the white mage?
Is she? You're gonna need to be a little more specific on where we go.
Shit. That's my fuck up.
Mindervia, your aid. Okay.
Thanks, Davey. I forgot.
Oh, you gotta be
God.
shitting me.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Wait, Chunky. Oh, Chunky. Wait, that's Chunky. Cinderbruva is the Chunky. I forgot.
Oy, 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 oy. Ah! I don't have enough regen for this!
I'm sorry, Sash.
Having fun?
No.
Yeah.
For some reason I read Fatty as Kitty, and that's why I was going for the small one.
Oh, wait,
fuck.
no, there's a blast
Oh,
there.
fuck. Oh, fuck.
What is this? Also, if you wanted to know what's going on, Cap, live, I am streaming in the Discord. So you have a little bit of context. Alright, there you go.
No. Zerex's HP is low. Why? Any?
There you go.
Oh boy. Lightning round 2.
Alright, who's next?
Woo! Midget.
Midget? Okay. There's probably better words we could have gone with, but yes, Lalafell. Velk, I hope you understand how often I'm forgetting equilibrium and all of my abilities. Oh, they're dying a lot quicker. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, see, that's the problem is the elephant god is a white mage, basically.
Ah, okay.
That's why it's a priority target. Most people, like me, forget and go for the Lalafell first, which is the problem, because they're the one that has the most difficult elemental mechanics, right?
We see short people and we're like, fight. There we go. Hi there, Nick Susky.
I'm sorry, Xerix. I'm sorry.
What happened to Xerix?
He's like, my heart, I can't. You DPS, you kill.
Ooh, darkness. Oh, we can't accommodate anyone. I would accommodate.
No.
God, I loved your reaction in that during that time when we had the two randoms, and it's like, oh hey, I got 2 accommodations, and you're just like banging on the desk.
Not for the healer, because the healer's just not.
You're just so done with them. You're just like, this is
everyone
fucking
alright?
bullshit.
We fought the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Let's see.
Now, I know that this is going to seem like a semi-minor cutscene.
Floors were disturbing enough, but this
Try and maintain some of the details to memory.
The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Thick.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ah, okay.
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it.
Okay, so it's probably.
Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
Alright, so it's going someplace else, I imagine? Don't attune to it! That's fucking bullshit!
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Sorry about that. Big, long voiced cutscene.
Yeah. Alright, so there was a piece of someone in there. Xenos has all his appendages, so it's not him. There's several of these around, so...
And that should be the end of it.
Great choice of words, Alpha No.
Good job, Alpha No.
What now?
We get the fuck out of here is what we do.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's
Can't believe
destruction
Alpha No fucking jinxed
appear
it.
to be correct.
And you didn't think to mention this sooner, Urianger.
They mentioned it to no one.
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
Oh, are we just gonna, like, fall into the ocean?
I pray I'm not too late.
There's no ocean, there's a beach.
Oh, it's a... Oh, that's even worse. At least with the ocean, you have the illusion of falling into safe waters.
Like concrete.
That's okay, because you know what? Grahati is a fucking Chad.
Yeah.
Just seeing everyone, like, on the floor on the beach just hurts my back. Granted, my back was already hurting before there, but still.
What happened? Where are we?
A beach.
Oh, by the way, what did you guys think of the Viper class?
Hot. Sexy,
Yeah.
hot.
My reckoning.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I need dual swords.
Tis as if it
I
never
need to
existed.
see Daniel's character with. I mean, what?
I see.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha? Oh no!
It's okay. He's just a sleepy baby.
You just a sleepy baby?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
You're not imbued to the Crystal Tower anymore. You don't Jesus!
He's a Giga Chad, like I said.
He's not attuned to the Crystal Tower anymore!
Obvious injuries.
How the fuck
But it
is
also explains why he's passed the fuck out.
It does explain that as well, but still... The Venn diagram of doing awesome shit and not dead from it...
Rest, but should otherwise be none
Donald Duck and Grahatia.
I am the storm. Were you
Then the
seriously just
immediate
saying
problem
things
is
like
what to
this
do with
all
our
the
new
time?
friends here.
Have you seen DuckTales?
Yeah.
Much change for their
I was thinking of
even if their bodies are intact,
that one time he did Zeta Flare.
for their minds.
But yes, that also.
Just has all these kick-ass like one-liners, and it's just
Angelo and I will take
hearing him
care
in
of
normal voice rather than the quacky voice, and it's just like, have you been saying things like
I have
this
every
all
faith
the
in you, Isaac,
time?
but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
Both the original and the recent.
We'll send it once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
Sup, Varshalan?
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
Special delivery.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Once this cutscene's over, I'm gonna grab a beer.
What the? 1, 2, 3, 4. QERT. I don't know what that F thing is doing. Sorry, I'm looking at Cap's thing. I'm gonna share this on the chat. Hang on a second. Like, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, and I'll explain.
We're not gonna hide this shit. You'll explain.
I'll explain.
All right, hang on a second. Let me get the image.
I'll let you explain. I gotta duck out because I gotta get to work, but I'll see you later.
Not to worry. Thank you so much for joining in, Sash, and I'm glad we were able to get to that dungeon in time.
Yeah, anytime.
Alrighty then.
Have fun.
This is apparently how I should be doing my whatsamahoozy stuff. All the thingamadiggies.
Except for the top row because I have a game and mouse.
Ah, okay. That's why it's doing the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't have that. As cool as it would be having a mouse on the side for thumb buttons, I'm very much like to stick to the left, right.
You can switch out you can switch out the shift, like the game and buttons for control modifiers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, Q, E, R, T, F, ZXC.
Yeah.
No, ZXY. It was ZXC, but I switched it to Y because I wanted.
But like, it goes all the way up to the top right. Thankfully, it's just going to a mount, which isn't really important.
Yeah, it's the unimportant stuff they put there.
Hmm. And then you've got your gamer mouse for Rampart, Vengeance, Bloodletting, Flash,
Home Gang, Defiance, Limit Break.
Yep.
And it's not that you think about it. It's literally close to your movement keys.
I guess, but alright, here we go. Alize will oversee the administration of the Tempered and will support those who know a spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. I guess like, I've got the side scrolling, and I've got these two buttons on the left that I could probably... Are they being used for anything, though? It doesn't look like... So, two of my side buttons I can probably assign to something in this game. So, what is it? Like, system configuration, or... Oh, key buttons.
It should be in key buttons, yes.
Alright, so auto run is mouse 3. Is there anything in the targeting? And then these are all the hotbars. That Z? It's Z. It's Z. It's or Z. I don't know which one I'm going to be using more.
Aren't you American?
Look, it doesn't.
Didn't you grow up with Z?
It's Z. I probably am gonna say Z, and it's just one of those cases where someone said Z earlier, and then I say Z. I don't know. I was reading chat, and now it's like when people ask you whether it's tomato or tomato, and it's just a case of like, oh, you just say tomato because that's the first one you heard. It's hard. It's unless they can quiz you, unless they can just put the word out and be like, what's this, and you just say it without thinking, then yeah. Alright, I don't know about steering. Auto running is R. Alrighty, so... No. Alright, so moving... So, Q and... So yeah, Q and E I'm already doing, like, rotation nonsense, moving left and right.
Yeah, you can remove those.
Yeah, but... Like...
That's for... You switch the strafes to A and D instead of turning.
Xerix has posted theirs as well. Alrighty. Where's Xerix? We're gonna start comparing. We're gonna start comparing hot bars. Alrighty, open in browser. Let's get this one.
We're going keybind for keybind here.
We're checking out the keybinds, Chad. This is where we're at right now. Is checking out the keybinds. Alrighty. Okay. So, image 1. Alrighty. Ding. Dong. Alright. Let's also. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try and. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna. Whoomp. I'm gonna try and like shrink these so they're like cropped only to the height they need to be and such. So then that way, if I can just sort of be like able to put them like almost 1-to-1. So yeah. So both you and Xerix go across 3 lines, same as me.
Yeah.
You've got a. Alright, and then. So, ding. Dong.
I've got a gamer mouse, but had I not, it would be control and then the keys under it.
Alrighty, so. If I upload for shits and gigs. Or I'm just gonna have a whole collection of just like, alright, let's have a look. Alright, so Xerix's.
This is the warrior hotbar stream.
Already, I like Xerix's because it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, it doesn't do any of the nonsense that you've done.
Nonsense. It makes perfect sense when you don't want carpal tunnel.
Just exercise the hand so it doesn't deal with that. Alrighty. And then it's control. Yep, I'm the same sort of thing. And I'm guessing the third row. Oh, the third row isn't alternative. Mine's alt. I wonder why yours isn't. I guess Xerix just had, because I feel like I've put alt in here for some reason. Yeah, I've put alt in here for some reason, and I can make a 4th if I wanted to. Or stretching the hand for no reason across the key. It's not... Look, it's one of those cases where if it does go past, like, 5 or 6 or 7, then I will just, like, click it. But here's the thing, is, like, normally when I get to that point, it's like, it's... Yeah. Don't mind the telly, can't sleep, so card hunting. Not to worry, not to worry. Alrighty, so... Alright, I'll need to get out of the rain, and then I'll, like, look at more of the thingamajiggies. Had enough rest, have you? Oh, hang on, I should probably hide these things so you can... Had enough rest, have you? You ever were one for being idle. Right. Vasharam bade us come to Megaduta at your earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Oh, wait. On second thought, you and Astidian should go on ahead, and I need to make a quick detour by the Great Works. Reason why I accidentally went backwards instead of forwards. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate. I'm curious how the controller would play out, because I do like controller for, like, button combinations and what have you. Because, like, weirdly enough, like, if you think about it, left, right, if you have left, right, if you have the left and right triggers and bumpers, that's 4 alternative, that's like the alternative keys or what have you. So it can be like left trigger, X, A, B, Y, left bumper, X, A, B, Y, right trigger, X, A, B, Y, right bumper, X, A, B, Y. And then if you want to be extra, you could probably do left, right trigger, X, A, B, Y. So you got like more, man, curious.
Also, I'm just gonna say, I like how now in Trials, instead of like, you know, having a crew with you, you literally just use your fucking Ultraman ass rock and just summon AU versions of yourself.
Nice.
Ah, motherfucker.
Alright, I now need to do the classic traveling. You all good?
I don't have, what's the word? I don't have the eye level.
Ah, shame. Sorry about that.
I wonder if there are any crafters on right now that I could beg for. May I please, a crumb of good armor, please.
Please make some armor for me. Wait, armor for who?
Armor for me?
Yeah, but for what? You're like a level 90 warrior.
Yeah, I'm a level 90 warrior, but the eye level of this dungeon, well, this trial, is 615.
Lol.
I'm at 608.
Okay, so you're not that far. I love how Velk and Orin ask, and the problem is Velk is all the way in Materia right now, so you'd have to do some travel. Alright, let's see. Pray for me, chat. Will this be the win? Will this be the one I get my card?
Maxed for what? Like eye level? Because no, I'm like level 90. I've got all the best gear that I have on me, and I'm still 608.
Bastard. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to win cards without having to take like 20 matches to do it. That's how I've gotten my MGP a lot of the time, is that I'll just go through a shit ton of just playing card games, and I'll get duplicates and such and sell those. Also, Velk is wondering if you're spending your tombstones on gear.
I am. Like, I don't spend my tombstones, like, pretty much at all. Unless I need, like, a higher gear level.
Yeah. Are you friends with Orin the Boy? Davy Boy, the, what's-mahoozies?
I do not believe I am.
Alrighty, well, we're out of the instance and what have you, so if you find us... Though I have been to Radzapan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way. And don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Lol, now as Stydian is following me. Social, friend list... That's you, right? Wait, no, that's not you. This is you. Totally got
send me another invite.
The party has already been invited.
There we go.
There we go.
Where you at?
Just attune to this real quick.
GrantZeebs.
Ah, Master Grant. I presume I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Mekaduta, I shall be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzahan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide with you an alternative path. First, please ascend the steps next to the fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you'll arrive at Thank you, cool sentry. This ways, then. Yep, cool. The hell is this thing? What is it, Estinian? Ah, yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radzahan's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally opened up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck. Or so they say. There are often coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one, and you gain access to the vault. Oh, nice. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. 'Tis a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. You also have a very terrible case of tracking your monies. What the... Oh, I need to take the stairs, that's right. Money. If you have the items, I can make you the gear. It'd be a lot cheaper than buying the gear outright usually. Fair enough-sies. We'll see how Cap deals with this.
We'll see.
Cap should be a veritable expert compared to me.
That's not saying much.
Alrighty, and then... Is there any other Aetherites to look out for? No, there isn't, so we go up here. Heading to Makata, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing where other sentries should be able to assist. Incidentally, if you ascend the blah 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 blah... Cool. Right. Could not give two shits. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid Old Fright is being suspended until further notice. Just get me out of this ring, please. I remember passing by here with Vashan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Nice. Then he squawks at me. Alright, I'm just gonna... Wait, did I do the thingy-majiggy at the airship landing? I didn't, did I? I didn't do the thingy-majiggy at the airship landing, I think. I'm going to need to fix that. Yep, I didn't do the airship landing. I need to fix that. This is probably a very backwards way of getting to it, but, you know, I was pressed for direction.
Bro, I gotta level my crafters.
Hi, Xerix, using the Aether Shard to get around. I need to level my crafters at some point as well, so then that way I can repair my own gear. So
Genuinely, like, do it sooner rather than later.
I'm kind of busy right now, I hope you understand.
Yeah.
I still haven't gotten any of my shit to level 90. I've got my Paladin to 80, the Warrior is 85, Gunbreaker is 85 because of the MSQ in the previous patch, and then the Dark Knight is just me sitting at 80. So... My desire is that I'll be able to get to level 90 with a number of my tank classes by going through the MSQ and my normal offline shenanigans. So then that way, you know, I don't have to chase after, like, other shit to do after the MSQ and the patches to get my levels up, so to speak. At least for the tanks. Or at least for 2 of the tanks, I should say. So... Because I know there's like a pre-order bonus where you can get a necklace or an earring that gives you like that boosts your XP for
level
battle.
to 90?
Yeah, to level 90 by 30%, I think, or something like that.
Yep, I got those.
Yeah. So at the invitation of His Excellency. Elephants. Ah, fuck, my back. It's kind of tricky sitting up.
Are we the last to arrive?
You're the Final Fantasy Market Board website.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Thanks for catching us with levitation and nearly dying for it.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of GrantZeebs.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Sorry, I just need a... so would I drink?
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of GrantZeebs will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh my god, someone in Diablos is playing fucking has-been hotel music.
A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Sorry, I just had to send a message to someone in my work Slack. Cause they are trying to get into the office when none of us are in
My
office.
involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply.
Cap's over in Diablos.
Oh no, I just got back to Goblin.
Oh, okay.
And yet,
what were you doing in Diablos?
You chose to live among men.
Grabbing soft silver for Velk.
Oh.
Oh, was Davey just making the gear?
That conflict first bloomed.
Apparently.
My choice had
Oh shit. I guess I'll still go give Velk the stuff.
And dragon slaughtered man.
Crazy.
Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance.
I mean, Ikendak Chaka, I suppose?
Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company.
Is the right place?
He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
Don't we had Midgardsormr as like
He
a companion
believed
or something?
so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind.
Or did we lose him during like an event of like a raid or a
And
trial?
portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
Davy, the savior of my life, I'm indebted to you.
That whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards,
she will suck your pumpkin.
Which have earned
I will suck the pumpkin. I'm going into Balmung, fucking
Thank you, Vreetra.
Adventurers Guild.
You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
/ Neil.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophorol is far from finished.
This will probably be the last advertising because I think I'll hop off and try and
We must
go for
take
another
our
hot
leave,
shower,
but please do
and
inform
go
us
for-
if
or
we can
go for a
provide
walk.
any further assistance.
Probably in a different order than that.
I look fresh.
Nice work. So you're now at like the 630 item level or something?
Prithee, a moment.
And then,
A moment?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Midgardsormr and I have crossed paths, yes.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions.
the fact that I just put examined Orin, and he's pentamelded crafting. That is like, honestly, so fucking rad.
I give a shit about Papalimo. Hachafond! Damn it.
Mummyphilia.
Take heart and protect them well.
Why is the dragon making you go through PTSD?
Just reminding us of all the companions we've lost.
Come the end. Even cowering.
So yeah, Xerix, I think I might have accidentally skipped it when I was going through the Omega Sphere shit. The Alpha, Beta, Delta scapes. I think Midgardsormr died there.
No effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
So yeah, because I've gone through like the 3 phases of Omega, the Alpha, Beta, Delta. Yeah, Alpha, Beta,
apologies.
Delta.
We hadn't meant to interrupt.
So...
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter.
He made me have PTSD, chat. He reminded me about Al-Hutchafont and all those who we lost.
At war's end, I pray
I can't believe our boyfriend is dead.
Where together with thy joyful
I know it's been years, but like still.
It pisses so many people off. And then, isn't there like an alternate reality dungeon or some shit you can do? Where like you can keep Hutchafont, but that's it? It's just alternate reality, it doesn't actually stay. It's an ultimate raid? Yeah, okay. I haven't done any ultimate raids. I want to do the...
I haven't done any raids.
If I can finish the MSQ, one thing I do want to do is I want to put together a party, like a full size, and then just probably go through it unsynced, though, to be real with you, and go through the bindings of Bahamut.
Hmm.
So, what were you and Vathra talking about? Not talking about it. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let us catch up to them. And then we get some Archon Low for our troubles. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Alright, I also need to double check where the fuck the Whatsamahoosies is. So... Alright, so we need to head to Rad's Whatsamahoosie, and the closest way to get that is from the Peace. This way. Lol. Didn't have to go that far. Alright. Do need some blue spells. I also could do with getting some blue spells as well, to be honest with you. I have not done anything with the blue mage. According to the message of the base, it has been temporarily disabled. What the f- Oh, you mother... So I just, like, walked around for nothing. Alright, I'll at least go and get, you know, this one here, so then that way I get close to the bazaar and shit. Expanding House of Splendors, High Crucible of Whatsamahoossie. I'm guessing that one wants, like, a crafting house. Oh, wow. I wonder what's gonna go in here when we finally finish more of this MSQ. It's like Ulmore. Ah, I see. Annoying. I honestly thought this would be available for us. Attuning... Attuning to things. There we go. Right.
Scanning for Garleans.
Scanning for lava fells. Honestly, crazy. There's a jumping puzzle in this area as well, apparently. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries.
We got it.
Oh yeah, I already attuned to this. This isn't important. Would have been it would have been a waste of time. Alright, dink, donk. Where the streets turn, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. Crystarium was confusing, but doesn't compare to Radzatan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Let's see where the door takes us. It's not as bad as the Crystarium, I would say.
What's as bad as the Crystarium?
This place, they're saying.
It's not as bad as the Crystarium.
Alright, does this mean I get to do the thingamadoogies? There isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall, then the others have already collected it. Come on, let's join them. Oh, I can get to the, there's a bell here, thank Christ. No, not important.
I just gotta log out, do some DC travel to deliver.
No, not to worry, not to worry, not to worry. No duplicates in here, and I've already moved a lot of my what's-in-whoosy stuff into thingy. Oh, I got a new card. That's nice. Alrighty, and that should be it for that. Armory chest, saddlebags. Alright, let's see. Is there anything in here that the saddlebags are also holding? Not
Alright, I forgot.
really.
Data center travel includes Australia.
Yep, they've allowed it, so basically anywhere can get to Australia, but not the other way around. And I forgot to complete her venture.
So basically, Australians are stuck on the island,
Yeah. Essentially.
but everyone else is free to go.
Yeah.
So it's like a prison. Like a prison island.
I hope you feel proud of yourself.
I feel great about it.
Alrighty, I am going to put... let's see. I believe the moonstones. Yep, I'll entrust that.
I forgot about Leo Zanibianca. It's my little Australian funny dog man. Yeah, I wish Bahamut had in this game.
What did you wish?
I wish he had his 5 birds.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like from D&D.
Alexandria. Gonna put these manifestos in there.
Oh, 7 birds. 7 of his birds.
Fantasia. Wings. Keeping that on me. There we go. I'll probably sell some of these items at some point. I'll just need to double check. Achoo! Ugh. Okay, I'm glad that sneezing hasn't like popped my back or anything like that. I've heard horror stories of people like accidentally doing something to their neck or something and then just feeling like they're about to die after sneezing. Alright, elixirs and fantasias. Thank you, Justin, for the bless yous. Alright, the Ishgardian lunch can go over here. Alright. Alright, so hat, sword, 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 and arms, hand, chest, chest, chest. Okay, so horse is the highest, so that will go over to the far right here. Dwarven, alright, more horse. So 403, 415. So 415 goes here, 403 goes here. And then horse, 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 and horse. Nice, okay. Alright, should be good now.
just realized you need to farm Gil again before Dawn Trail. I have a few million on me right now, because I did have the idea of like, oh, I should save up for a house. But that never came to be because, one, it was empty in materia, and two, there's already like an estate over for the guild that Dazzy invited me into, so I got myself an apartment in there. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. Oh my god, it's the Endwalker theme.
Talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire...
D&D Bahamut's so cool.
Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many...
He's just like a dilf drag. Bald!
Short of a miracle.
You're not keeping up with me.
Yeah, I know.
Have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East. We'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
I'm guessing this is like past... We've now crossed over from, oh, this is like the introductory quests and shit like that. This is now like...
we would need to consult with various
Endwalker.
alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow
Night-night,
me
Grant,
to
you're passing
undertake
out. Not to
some
worry,
few
Hendrix. Thank you
journeys.
for coming along. I appreciate
find
it.
Good night,
myself
Hendrix.
And in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Hi, you're alive, and you're not corrupted. It's great. Yay.
Nidana, you're awake.
And not corrupted.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
What woman?
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Ah, okay.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Havnir from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Oh boy.
Nice. What's up?
They are
Talisman?
beefing me up.
Is this true?
They like, eat these rocks, motherfucker. Become strong with rock.
Rock. Materia?
Yeah.
I have thankfully have not hit that point.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas.
Ooh, talismans too.
It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
Oh yeah, because it's like one of those flowers that's like tied to emotions.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah, neither am I.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen entities defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions.
Okay.
Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion.
It's kind of like what was explained to us back in the
As a
place
veteran
where
of
we
the
got
battlefield,
thingy.
surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha.
No, not
The
back in
invisible
Shadowbringers.
essence
Back in
harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
when we were in the
I really must hear more about this theory.
the
Our disciplines are based
Labyrinthium.
entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
Labyrinthium. Back when we first got the
I'm
flower.
glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest.
So it was like this weird explanation
But
about
even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research.
yeah, emotional manipulation doesn't make for
Which
good
is why
science.
my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
It's a good yellow flower.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
We have gone from 8% of Endwalker completed to 17%. Pretty good progression, I'd say. There we go. Hey, Xerix. Alright, was there... Yep, there's something to attune to over there. God. I'll need to get up from my chair and do some... I'll need to walk and look at trying to do a stretch or something like that for my back and through my thigh. I don't want to go to Furdu when the weekend hits and I still have pain. Because that will just...
Oh, my friend's going to Furdu.
Hey, they're going to Furdu? Nice. Are you going to Furdu?
No, I do not have money.
Ah, sorry to hear that. Alright. Attune into this real quickly. But yeah, like, because... I went traveling like 2 weeks ago, like via plane, and that's where I got my... And it was from after like doing that, like early nights and such like that, that I felt the pain in my inner thigh the next day or something or rather. And it's been off and on again, whether it's a problem for me when I wake up and such. This morning, I have just woken up with not as much pain in my inner thigh, but
with a lot of pain in my lower back. And I feel like what's happening is that, like, I have no clue how much I weigh right now. Like, my scales broke, like, they've been broken for, like, the last month and a bit. I don't know if I've gained more weight, and my body is just, you know, insufficiently holding it. So, going. So, yeah. And I can't afford shit until I'm done with Furdu. Once I am done with Furdu, however, should be alright. I can start saving up again. Alright, so back to old Charlian at the Beldician thingy then. So yeah, I wanna be able to get through like this segment of the, because from the looks of it, like, because I'm looking at I'm going to the Wikia, like, you know, time and time again, like, just to see, like, the naming scheme. This is the last of, like, the level 80 to 81 quest line. And then after this, it goes to 82, 83, and I'm gonna, so, like, once I get through this, oh, wait, no, not the main hall. Once I get through this, then I'm probably gonna stop. It's good to be back, with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Grant. Krill has appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillows. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice bed after completing a major milestone. But it penning a thesis or defeating deities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yes, please. Take me to my lodgings. Please. I need to finish up on the stream. I am not a nerd, shut up. Just because I know where stories are leading and shit doesn't mean I'm a nerd. I can just see the thematic nonsense when they come along.
Take heart and protect them well.
Ooh, someone knocking on the door. But yay, we now have like a room to retire to. Aha!
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet.
Oh, is this where the burger's from?
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Is this where we get the Graha, like, thingy-madoogie of, like, oh, yeah, he's eating a burger now?
Cheeseburger.
Oh,
have you seen that video of the cat going?
Look at him.
Have you seen that video of the cat going cheeseburger and then meowing into the burger? Like, meh. It's that.
Are you seriously getting rid of... Oh my god. You're getting rid of pickles? Disrespectful. No! Jesus Christ.
Lest you wonder,
I'm feeling so many emotions right now.
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
I don't care if you're... Look, I'm not asking you to eat a pickle by itself.
Oh, I don't know about
But if they're
that.
putting a pickle in the burger, there's a whole culinary combination going off, okay?
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Yep, absolutely agree.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
I don't like the pickles.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes? 'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tlofroi, or learned the full breadth of the Roseman planet. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to
I'm being taught so many things about Final Fantasy materia.
No, I just got hit with the crunchy audio. I don't know what's happening with my streams. I'll need to review. Oh, she steals a cookie.
That's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary
Cookie for Wild Saber!
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
Cookie for Jason. I wonder, because this stream has been going off for like 6.5 hours. If that's the first time the audio has gone crunchy, it might be better sticking to NVENC as my encoder for...
The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
It's about the second... Oh, okay. Alright, so they mentioned so my bitrate is going off too high. I'll need to look into it. Granted, I did go from, like, you know, NVENC almost 720p to, you know... I went from X264, which was doing less than 1080p at 60 frames, to then just going straight to NVENC, 60 frames, 1080p.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Shall we call it a night?
One last cup of tea, then. Dickon said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
Oh, how nice of them. Hey, it's green this time. This better not be green with envy. You again.
My day be so fine. Then boom. Morning.
My day do be so fine.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
Why do you gotta be
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
He just cares about a fight, doesn't he? He doesn't really care about a kingdom.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
He's just got the hots for me, that's all. Then Daniel just looks and he's just
wonderful that the emptiness of
with an
death has
idiot.
not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
Neither at this point. You should fear him.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless,
Velk really just said,
you are
like,
mistaken.
nah. You walking around like that? Nuh-uh. Get some rocks on you, girl.
You see, when
And he did, and I look stunning. I feel stunning. I feel like I could punch a hole through a planet.
Davey boy just went, here, stuff this in your bra.
The setting too was unknown to me.
I just got two big rocks and I just stuffed him in my chest. Ba-boom, I'm hyper. I'm like a freckles pick.
Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days.
Oh, someone's awake. What you doing, puppy? What you doing? My little baby son. He is awake.
Very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream too.
Baby.
Yes. I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Wait, you have a cat, don't you? I thought you had a cat.
I do have a cat. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a cat. It's a cat.
What did you think I was saying?
Wild Saber thinks it's his doggo. Alrighty. Ding dong. Let me retire back to my room. because that is going to be it for today. We went for quite a bit. 6.5 hours of this nonsense. 6.5 hours. I need to get my back sorted. I need to get my legs, like, not in pain. And I need to double check the quality of the stream and probably, like, lower it down in some areas. So then that, because I went to NVENC and I did, like, you know, 1080p, 60 frames a second. I probably should have kept it at the 800 and something or rather. Because, yeah, my frame, like, I'm using way more bits than, like, 6,000. So I probably need to get it down to, what's-a-mahoozy, back to the 820p that I had thingy. So then that way it doesn't go over 6,000, and that should be the sweet spot. So that's it for today. I need to open up YouTube Music because I accidentally closed that and get it playing again. That is it for today. We started in the morning and we went all through the afternoon and we almost went through the evening. That was insanity. Thank you, Cab, for joining in as you did.
Of course, I have gained so much from this. I am now so buff. I put your muscles to shame. Level 90, Panamelded, 640 item level. That's what we're talking about. New hotbar.
Good for you. Good for you, Z's.
Yeah.
Taskbar setting. Sorry, my Final Fantasy XIV once again is not properly closing, so I have to like force it to shut down. Ding. There we go. Alrighty then. That will be it. Sash, thank you so much for moderating the chat and taking clips as you went along and joining me in for a dungeon. Xerix, thank you so much for joining in. And Davey Boy, thank you so much for joining in and also helping out Cap. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Velk, for also giving tips and for posting your what's-mahoozy, your thingy-madiggy. I will most certainly have to take a look at a number of these Final Fantasy images and what have you, and maybe adjust my my hotbar situation and what have you. So, but yeah, that's going to be it for streaming this week, I have to say as well. I am not going to be streaming tomorrow, the next day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I am going to be going to Thurdu on Thursday, so I want to use this evening, tomorrow, and the next day to try and... I want to try and do a little bit of self-improvement, like try and get my diet a little bit more in control, do a little extra exercise to just try and get, you know, really quick. Because the thing is if I start exercising, normally I find I get like a quick half a kilo off my body because of it and such, which I feel like I might need to do just to, you know, counteract any of the bad eating I might have done this weekend. Although I do need to get a new set of scales. Hey, chat. I have scales on my throne. You should check it out. Take a page out of Unname's thing. Just regularly mention I have a throne and buy me shit. Don't go for the thigh highs. I'm not in need of thigh highs. I'm in the need of exercise gear like scales or resistance bands.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. He can get thicker. He can get a fat ass.
No.
I can slap it. It's gonna be great.
No.
It's gonna be huge.
I need scales. I need to know where I am so I'm not like, you know, sitting at 140 kilos and wondering, oh, why is my back so sore? Probably because I'm carrying like, you know, well over 50 kilos of extra nonsense. But yeah, all right. Before you all go, let's see if there's anyone in my friends list that is currently streaming. Let's see. It looks like Scribbly Noodle is doing a little bit of drawing. Let's see, what's there? Looks like they're doing badges or something? Alright, we're gonna go raid into Scribbly Noodle then. One moment, please, as I get the raid going. Ding, dong, and our raid message is going to be... Actually, hang on a sec. Now, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the very fun.
Alrighty. Our raid message is going to be, did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a character creator for female Hrothgar? Actually, no, not featuring, sorry. Featuring female Hrothgar. That's our raid message. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a character creator featuring female Hrothgar? Parentheses, lion ladies. That's going to be our raid message. If you've got any emotes to go along with it, go right ahead. I'll get the raid countdown started.
Hold up.
Oh.
You know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
Endwalker came out 3 years ago.
Oh my goodness.
That's fucking insane.
It took me these 3 years to get through it because I got started like a little bit before Endwalker. I got started with Final Fantasy XIV a little bit before Endwalker, thinking I would somehow catch up in less than 6 months to where Endwalker was gonna start. It took me a while.
Nice job.
But this is where I am, and hopefully I will get closer to it. I have a due date, so I'll probably do more of these, like, you know, streaming more than once for the MMO thing, but it's not going to happen this week/weekend. I've got Furta to go to. But for everyone else, I want to say thank you to everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I'll get TikToks out at one point or another, and hopefully I might see one or two of you at Furdu. I will be in a partial fursuit and be part of the Fur Walk. And I hopefully will see you all next time when I get back otherwise. Bye for now.
Have fun at Furdu.
Thank you. Bye for now.
I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, not to worry. Not to worry. I'm just gonna hit start on this.